Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Awesome Conference. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes, and so feel free to grab some coffee and get comfortable. While we wait, we have people from all over the world attending today. In fact, I'm from Ohio. So if you take a minute while we're waiting, share where you guys are from in the chat. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Awesome Conference. We are so excited to have you here today for a day filled with incredible presentations from neurodivergent voices. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Rob Gorski. I have 3 autistic kids. I've been a dad for almost 25 years now, and I built the Autism Dad platform. I'll be guiding you through today's sessions. We have a great lineup for you, and we're thrilled to share these conversations and presentations. Now let's get started with some opening remarks from the Executive Director of Autism Canada, Jamie McCleary.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 8th Annual Awesome Conference, proudly presented by Autism Canada. I'm so glad you could join us today for what promises to be an inspiring and impactful day filled with the voices and stories of neurodivergent individuals from across the world. Before we dive into today's events, I'd like to take a moment to introduce Autism Canada for those who may be new to our community. For over 4 decades, Autism Canada has stood at the forefront of addressing the complex challenges faced by individuals on the autism spectrum and their support networks across the nation. Established in 1976, our organization has been unwavering in its commitment to enhancing the quality of life and well-being of those on the autism spectrum. We achieve this through robust education, targeted advocacy, and steadfast support. Now, before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge that this conference, although virtual, is being hosted in Canada, and we recognize that our work takes place on the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples. As an organization, we honor and respect their enduring connection to the land, waters, and communities. We extend our gratitude to the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people whose lands we are privileged to gather on or visit. This conference, now in its 8th year, has grown to bring together hundreds of people across every region of Canada and even beyond. It has become a space where neurodivergent individuals are empowered to share their lived experiences and unique perspectives. We are incredibly proud of this milestone and how far we've come together. I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our sponsors, the BC General Employees Union and the Aspie World, whose support makes this day possible. Their commitment to fostering inclusive environments and elevating the voices of the neurodivergent community has been invaluable. The Awesome Conference is more than just a series of presentations. It's a chance to learn, to connect, and to inspire change. Together, we will continue to work towards creating a more inclusive society where the diversity of the autism spectrum is celebrated and accepted. Let's make today a meaningful day of learning and growth. Thank you for being here, and let's get started.
Thank you, Jamie. That was really nice of you. I really appreciate your time. Just a quick note of housekeeping to make sure that we all have the best experience possible today. Please be kind and respectful in the chat. We're all here to create a positive space for everyone. We have team members from Autism Canada ready to assist with any questions that you might have, so feel free to use the chat for general questions. If you have specific questions related to the presenter, please use the Q&A feature in the taskbar below for all of your specific questions in regards to that. If you require or would like to enable closed captions, there's a button in the taskbar for you to do that as well. Now that we've covered all of that, we're thrilled to start with our keynote speaker, Paige Layle. Enjoy her presentation.
Paige Layle. Paige Layle is an autistic influencer, known for her authentic and engaging advocacy for inclusion. As a published author, her book, But Everyone Feels This Way, How an Autism Diagnosis Saved My Life, fosters empathy and understanding. As an autism consultant, Paige offers expert guidance to enhance support for the autistic community. She is also a captivating actor and voice actor, known for her powerful performance and quick narrative skills due to her hyperlexia. As a charismatic public speaker and dynamic presence online, Paige uses her YouTube and TikTok platforms to educate, entertain, and connect with followers, dispel myths, and sharing insight on her experiences on the autism spectrum. Paige Layle. Paige Layle est une influenceuse autiste reconnue pour son engagement authentique et dynamique en faveur de l'inclusion. En tant qu'auteur publié, son livre But Everyone Feels This Way, How an Autism Diagnosis Saved My Life, encourage l'empathie et la compréhension. En tant que consultante en autisme, Paige offre des conseils spécialisés pour améliorer le soutien à la communauté autiste. Elle est également une actrice et doubleuse captivante, connue pour ses performances puissantes et ses talents de narration rapide liés à son hyperlexie. Charismatique en tant que conférencière et dynamique en ligne, Paige utilise ses plateformes YouTube et TikTok pour éduquer, divertir et créer des liens avec ses abonnés, démystifiant les idées reçues et partage des perspectives sur son expérience du spectre de l'autisme.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here today. I'm so excited and so happy and thankful to be able to talk to you today. My name is Paige Layle. I am autistic, etc. I have a whole whack of neurodivergencies up in this brain, and one of the main things is autism and ADHD. I have been diagnosed with autism for over 9 years now by the time that you're watching this. I was diagnosed right after my 15th birthday. So going into grade 10, 3 years left of school, diagnosed with autism. So I also am an autistic advocate and influencer on social media. I have been online for over 4.5 years now, advocating for autism and neurodivergencies and comorbidities of autism, and being able to share my experience and express all of the struggles that I had and how I feel, the inner world of this autistic person specifically. I also am a singer, actor, and dancer. I'm a public speaker, obviously, and also I'm a writer and an author. I published a book in March of 2024. It's called But Everyone Feels This Way: How an Autism Diagnosis Saved My Life, and it's about how an autism diagnosis saved my life. And anyway, that is available actually anywhere where books are sold. So thank you so much for letting me just have a little plug there. But I also really like that book, and it's really a big deal for me to see. It's really like my childhood memoir and how I felt as a kid growing up in my inner world, which then led to my autism diagnosis. But in summary, in brief, it was a lot of stress that led up to it. A specific kind of stress I think that a lot of autistic people can relate to, and specifically a lot of autistic people who were late diagnosed, like I was. Although it's almost half of my life ago, I guess, that I was diagnosed, which is why I'm so lucky I've been able to learn so much about myself and make so many more accommodations for me over this time, because it does take time once you know. It was a long time, especially most of my youth, up until 15 years old, of not knowing who I am or why I was the way that I was. And I was stressed out all of the time. That was the one thing that I could say about myself. I was so stressed. And this perpetual stress started in childhood. Now, I will say that one thing that's really important to notice in my story, and honestly in a lot of our stories of a late diagnosed autistic person, is the bottom line. The reason why you didn't get diagnosed until that late is because no one around me, none of my caregivers, no one that watched me and took care of me, knew anything about autism and knew that I was showing signs of autism, and maybe that was something that my parents could look into, or that B, what I was doing was wrong or weird or anything that needed help. I think that in some cases, and I mean personally, neglect and just a lack of knowledge, and parents who don't really know too much about what is going on with mental and neurological disorders. It just kind of slips by sometimes. And some people have their kids struggle for a long time, and that was me. Just a struggling kid for a long time. Now, obviously not everyone fits that bill, and everyone's story and journey is different to an autism diagnosis. Mine didn't include thinking about autism at all or knowing anything about autism going into this. I knew nothing about anything about me at all. All I knew was that my brain goes super, super fast, and I have so many thoughts, and I don't know which ones are right, and a lot of them make me angry, and a lot of them I don't know if I should act on them or shouldn't, some of my impulses, my OCD things. I'm so stressed all the time. School is so hard. Why do I have no friends? And I feel so lonely, so freaking lonely. No matter where I went, whether I was at school, at home, I just felt this perpetual, no one knows who I am. And I didn't really know who I was until I was diagnosed with autism. And then that's where it began. Before I was diagnosed with autism, I tried really hard to be a person and just be normal, but I didn't know what normal was. I don't think normal is a thing that people really sit down and tell you, this is what normal is. But I tried to be whoever I thought that I was at the time. The problem with being a late diagnosed autistic AFAB me, in this case, was I didn't know who I was. I didn't have a safe space to be able to express my identity. At this time of my life, when I was so stressed all the time and felt so unsafe, I really was focused a lot on my survival, which a lot of autistic kids are. A lot of us are uncomfortable in our childhoods, are feeling like there are threats, are feeling like we aren't safe. We are not safe in some ways. And in those cases, then, we are in a state of fight or flight. We're in a state of trauma. We cannot access those comfortable things. There are certain needs that have to be met first before you can kind of like develop a personality. And so as a child, I tried my best to develop a personality. But I think that what happens with neurotypicals, or what happens with just other humans that aren't autistic, is a lot of humans can see when a person, an autistic person, is being fake, or when an autistic person is not being genuine. Some people are really good at picking up on that and just not trusting you. I had a lot of people who later on told me that I was like really uncanny valley, that I just didn't seem like a person. I seemed like a robot, and I kind of was. I didn't have much going on inside at all, except for stress, running around stress, like someone trying to like run around with all the file cabinets opening and closing and sorting things and putting things in and taking them out and trying to sort back and figure out the right responses, and everything had to have a category and everything had to have a label and a name, and where do I put it and what is it, because there was so much information that I was constantly having to memorize that you're unable to memorize it. You're unable to. My brain's like, I have to survive. In reality, I didn't have any trust in myself. And now I can look back and see it. Before I was diagnosed, having and keeping friends is difficult. You'll be in a group of friends and they'll look at you weird. Someone will look at you weird and keep talking, or you'll say something and then they'll all kind of look at you and not even answer. And you're like, what is going on? These weird little things that you don't think that friends do, and you're not sure why they did them. Or sometimes you have like friends and you think that they're friends, a group of friends, and then you find out that all of them hung out after school and didn't invite you. And then they start hanging out by themselves and don't invite you. And then you see that, Snapchat comes out, and then you go and you see, oh, they're on their Snapchat story, like hanging out all the time. Now they don't even care that you see too. That's kind of like, I don't know about you guys, am I projecting? But that's totally like the story of my life. Things like that are super common in autistic kids, having relationships that aren't easy to hold up and aren't easy to continue, because relationships aren't in general, especially when you are not your true self, especially from the beginning. Because as I began to be comfortable with my friends, as they were people that I liked and that I wanted to be around, I became safer and was able to unmask more. But by unmasking into whoever I was, whatever I was, I don't even know if I consciously really noticed it, they didn't know who I was. And they were like, what the heck, you're changing. And we didn't sign up for this change. So they gradually left. I think that honestly, social isolation is like, it's a double part of the disorder. Not only is the social communication aspect already something that autistic people struggle with, but just who we are also impedes our social communication and isolates us even further. I cried every single day of my life. I cried multiple times a day sometimes. I had a panic attack, like hyperventilating, falling on the floor, my legs are tingly, multiple times a day sometimes, especially from the ages of 11 to 14, 15. I don't know what happens around puberty or something, but it seems like it's not just me, that around puberty, things just really start stressing me out, stressing people out, stressing autistic people out. Really, that's where things start getting really nasty. That time, like, and right before you enter high school. So yeah, around the ages of 11 and 14. So I guess I'm literally exactly a stereotype, which is totally fine. But I used to cry in class a lot. There's so much in school that was frustrating to me. And a lot of it wasn't even the material of what was going on, but how it was being taught, how the teacher felt about teaching the information. and how they felt about me needing to know more. I always had my hand raised. I was like, I don't know what's going on. I need some help. And teachers were like 50-50. They either loved me and they loved answering my questions, and that helped, and then I probably did better in those classes, or they were like annoyed because they probably didn't like their subject that they were teaching as much. They didn't want to take all that extra time on it. They had stuff they had to get through. They didn't want to, mark all this assignment for homework, whatever. So they're like, okay, this is so annoying. Why don't you just understand it like the rest of us? And I was crying all the time. I had like some need to be perfect. I think that goes along sometimes with autism and childhood trauma, is this intense drive for order and perfection and rules, and everything needs to be a way, because if it's not, I am not safe because I don't have anyone to fall back on. It's really important for autistic kids to have people to fall back on when they mess up, because that's one thing that I knew as an autistic kid was I mess up, and I'm going to mess up, and I need help, and I really need someone, multiple people even, to be able to fall back on and to be able to help me when and if I need it. And not just have people call me a crybaby and call me an attention seeker and say I'm dramatic. Oh, Paige is crying again. Like, go cry. My parents would say, suck it up, suck it up. I go in my room. They'd be like, shut up. Oh my gosh. I remember the first time that I ever said, I found the words to be able to say, like, I was able to breathe and calm down enough instead of screaming and crying. When my dad was yelling at me to shut up crying, I finally had the words to say, when you yell at me, it makes me cry more. Every time he yelled at me, it made it worse. It made it worse. I'm like, can you just love me and comfort me? That would make it so much better. That was like what my autism diagnosis was. It was kind of like a, hey, to everyone in the face. I didn't say it to anyone right away, so I didn't really get to show it in everyone's face right away. But it really, to me, felt like I was right. I actually was really struggling, and that was really rude of you guys to do this all this time. That was really rude for everyone to just try to deny me all this time. For what? For what? Why? Maybe it's because a lot of people, especially in some places, have a hard time with like accepting blame and responsibility for not knowing stuff. Because it really sucks not to know stuff. I, as an autistic person, hate not knowing things, and I would be absolutely devastated if my not knowing something hurt a person, even though that's not really anything that is my responsibility or anyone's responsibility, because there's so much that you don't know. You're never going to be able to know everything. That would make me feel really upset. I would feel really bad and be like, well, man, if only I knew that thing. But autism is not something that everyone knew about. So that's why I do what I do, and that's why I am here today. Now that I'm openly out and autistic, I came out online in 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic, I think right before it started. And that was me kind of also coming out to my hometown about my diagnosis. I was 19 at the time, so it was kind of still like, that was when I was ready to tell people. And once I was autistic online, it kind of blew up, and then everyone everywhere knew that I was autistic. And then I was getting so many messages and so much hate and just so many people that were mad at me. But from that built a lot of people now that could see me being confidently, or whatever I was, autistic online, just hating on people, just getting mad at people that were getting mad at me, and ableist little meanies. And they were like, I could be autistic online. I also have a space, because I feel like there wasn't really a lot of space when I needed one. And I was like, well, I don't know if there is one, but I mean, I'm going to start teaching people things. But now, thank God, we have so many autistic people, actually autistic adults, that are getting to talk about and share their real experiences. Because that's so important. For the longest time, it was just doctors, and it was parents of autistic people, and it was no first-person view of autism. It was no actual experience. It was all pathology. It was all medical. It was all, how do we cure this? It was all, this is hard for this, and this is what we see on the outside. And now we actually have so many autistic adults, which please, I encourage you to diversify your advocacy and look up more autistic adults that are sharing their stories, that are writing books, that have blogs, that have Instagrams, and share their stories about their real life every day. Because if there's one thing that I can say is that every autistic person is so different. Why would we all agree on everything or get along just because we're all autistic? That's kind of silly. We don't do that with any other group, so I guess that makes sense. We all come from different walks of life. We're all going to have different perspectives on things. And all of our perspectives are unique to us and worth listening to. You don't have to agree with everyone's perspective, but interesting to listen to. As I have grown up into my autism and I've really kind of like settled in, I think I've found a sense of self. I think I know a bit about who I am. And some of my favorite things about who I am is I have been in the autism space for so long. I get to interact with and see so many autistic people. I really get to learn more about autism every single day with every single person that I talk to. And there's been a few really amazing things that have come from that. There is no one autism community because we can't all agree on one thing. There are just a lot of autistic people with really strong opinions in different areas. And also, we have our different traumas. We have different crappy things that have happened in our lives. And that influences today how we stand up for ourselves and what we are the most passionate about. That doesn't just go for autistic people, by the way. That's for humans in general. But that's one thing that I really notice when talking to autistic people is we are so strong in so many different ways, and especially so many different to each other. And we have such big feelings and goals and so much love that it's really no one else has it. You don't see it everywhere else. And I love being able to sit back and listen to autistic people. I don't think that there has been an autistic person ever. Like, I love y'all autistic people. I don't think I've listened to an autistic person and been like, yep, I agree with all of those things that you say. I don't think I've ever done that with a person. It's not going to start today with autistic people, okay? And the reasons why are complex, but it's because of our autism also. I, as an autistic person, am thinking usually very specifically and usually in a specific place that most people aren't thinking. Most people are general. Another autistic person is thinking in the same like general location, but in usually a specific in a different way. And so I see your specific, and a lot of the times I'm thinking about my specific, and so I can't even see the general. That's something that I'm so happy that I can do now, is I look back and see all of the general and see all of the different opinions and see the specifics and where they are coming from. And it doesn't even matter why. It doesn't matter why they are coming from the way that they are, but knowing that there is a place for this question, there is a place for this person. In my realm of autism community, every person is allowed to show up and make mistakes. They're not allowed to be hateful, but they're allowed to not know everything. That's like humans. That's me. I don't know everything. I would like to know more stuff. And as a kid, it stressed me out so much that I didn't know everything and that I was messing up and that I didn't know how to find the resources. And the last thing that we need as autistic people is to isolate other autistic people. We're already so lonely. And then isolating and icing us out because maybe we have small disagreements in some things. And I'm just speaking personally for me. I know that I need to zoom out sometimes and go, okay, people learn at their own pace. I can't control others. All I can do and all that I want to do is share, educate, influence a feeling, because people will change whenever they feel like they want to, whenever they feel like they're ready to learn the things. And so I want to create a good environment where people feel like they're okay to share. They're okay to learn things. They're not going to get absolutely demolished if they have a real human life experience. Because this is where the real magic happens and the real learning happens, is when all of us autistic people get to come together and share our experiences from our real life perspectives. And then you really learn what autism is. My favorite analogy, and this is why I use it, but I A bee is my logo and my thing, and I'm like a bee amongst all the flowers. I'm always surrounded by flowers. But I use a bee as an analogy because every single bee is so different and individual, although they are all operating as like the same kind of operating system. They all go about their day differently. They're all touching different flowers, and they all come back to the hive. And the hive is like, this is what autism is. And each of those bees are really important and cool. Also, bees and autism, actually, bees operate like autistically, apparently. There's like studies on this. So I gotta look a little bit more into that too. But something else that's really cool about the autism community is that the more that I have been able to accept others at where they're at, I've been finding so much love and places where because in love, I find comfort and I get to be myself. I get to be fully expressive of who I am and learn who I am every time. And no one has ever understood me. No one has ever loved me. No one has ever heard me like another autistic person. I think that that's really special and magical and something that couldn't be done without the internet, to be honest. Really grateful for the internet. I think a lot of autistic people have found other autistic people online. And it's really beautiful. And really all this time, I didn't need to be neurotypical, or I didn't need to fit in with them. I didn't need to be like them. I just needed to be me and to find people who are like me. Because there's actually a lot of people out there who are like me, and even a lot of people out there who have a lot of similarities to me. We all grew up differently, but there's actually a lot of communities out there, and I'm really thankful to be a part of it. If everyone knew a little bit more about autism, then everyone who saw an autistic kid struggling would be able to help that kid a little bit more. I want everyone, every teacher, every parent, every doctor to be knowledgeable in autism and accommodating, especially like sensory wise, is the first thing. Autistic children, because nothing is scarier than the unknown, especially when you're a child. Nothing is scarier than being alone and not having help. And it's our job as the adults, and I'm so glad that I could like take on my childhood legacy of like, I'm going to stand up for myself and people are going to take me seriously. Now people take me seriously. And seriously, I want to change how people treat kids in general, and especially autistic kids. So thank you so much for being here and for listening to me. Please diversify your sources and listen to other autistic people as well. Especially the least that you could do is online on social media. There's like a lot of autistic adults now that share their stories. And this is just one gal's story, but I really appreciate and I'm thankful that you listened to it today. And I hope that we have a great rest of our day. This is Paige Layle. Peace and out.
Thank you, Paige. Now that we've finished your fantastic presentation, we're going to open the floor to some questions. We've received some pre-submitted questions, so we can start with those. Feel free to send any additional questions, again, through the Q&A feature, not the general chat, and we'll get to as many as we can. Also, just a reminder that all the presentations will be uploaded to YouTube, and you guys will all get links sent out after everything is done.
Do I pop on now?
Yep.
Do I show my face now?
Sure.
Is now the time? Okay, cool.
Yep.
Hey. Oh, it's coming. There we
There
go.
it is.
Hello.
How's it
Hi,
going?
people. What's up? I've been here for a minute. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm not too bad. I'm ready to answer some Q's and A's. I'm
All
gonna
right.
A the Q.
Okay. So these are pre-submitted, and then they're gonna, depending on how many we get through, they're gonna add all of the ones that are coming in live.
Beauty. I'm gonna try
Okay.
not to get distracted by them.
I know. Well, yeah, I was told not to pay attention to the chat because it gets very
Yeah.
distracting.
Too much.
I have ADHD and my brain is like seeing everything that moves.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the biggest difference in your life since finding a community where you felt you could truly be yourself?
Biggest difference in my life is feeling no longer feeling the shame that I think was like embedded into me from like a deep sense of you're not the same and that's not okay. Like the way that you deal with things isn't okay. It has to be a way. And it wasn't until I surrounded myself and found myself in places where there were people who were a lot like me and better than me was the big thing. Like people that were, they operated the way that I did, but they had been doing it for longer than me. They had tools that I didn't. They knew that they were autistic longer. They had already like sources, like being around other people with other experiences like me showed me like this sense of shame that I've like, shame is a whole different feeling because it's like part of your identity. And so it was a huge identity like reliever and solidifier as like, I am a person, this is who I am, and I deserve to acknowledge the parts of me, even the ones that are hard, and like love them, even though they're hard.
Do you think, and this is just, I want to just build off of this real fast because I've always had this question. Did you find that it was more difficult because like girls tend to present differently than boys do, and so it's a lot harder for people to kind of pick up on that stuff? Was
Yeah.
that something that you noticed or you hear a lot about?
I totally did. Yeah. I think like I did not find like an okay community until like it was not physically like high school, public school, high school, not okay. Even though I was diagnosed in high school, I don't know, maybe where I'm from, not a people were maybe autistic and just like didn't say it. A lot of people didn't know it if they were, but it's hard for me, like, I don't know, girls in general, like, because I'm a gal, girls don't like me, and that's like really really common, and that's like the story of my life, and that was more common when I was like more heavily masking. I don't know what it is about like teenage girls, they can pick it up so fast. They're like, nope, that one's weird, like instantly. Like they diagnosed me with autism before anyone else did, I swear. They're like, nope, that one's weird, stay away.
Yes, maybe they don't know like what they think is weird. They're just like feeling like something's not
Something's
off.
off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and
That makes
that's
a lot of
what it is.
sense.
Yeah, which I understand as a from a neurotypical standpoint now that I understand kind of like how neurotypicals work. They have like social rules that to them indicate safety. And so if I don't follow it, they're like, "Whoa, not safe," which is, primal, I guess.
Yeah.
But now I understand it. I was like, "What's
there's
going
there's so
on?"
much there's so much nuance,
So
I think,
much.
that people don't pick up on, and it leads to a lot of that misunderstandings and judgment and stuff. And I wish we could do better as a society.
Mhm.
um do you have any advice for someone who feels alone and isn't sure how to connect with others who understand them?
I think that my first biggest advice is to understand yourself as much as that means to you in a way that you feel safe. But knowing yourself and knowing what you like and who you are will help you find the spaces that are safe for you. And like, for example, following your hobbies and your interests. Those are great spaces to find people that are kind of like you or have similar interests to you. And knowing those things about yourself is helpful for finding those people. But also, if you are, and a lot of us autistic peeps are lonely. That's one of the highest like things that we relate to. Um, Making sure that you know your values and your worth as a person too, so that people don't take advantage of you, so that you don't just cling to any relationship that you find, because some relationships, especially the ones that are like easy to cling on to, perhaps they're not the best too. So it's a double-edged sword. It's also part of the crisis that we have for feeling so deeply is like it's hard to find others that feel so deeply, but it's important to be with those people and not people who, might want to take advantage of you, or because that's out there. So I just want to let everyone know to, but I would also say, the public library is a great first place too. If you don't know any place, if you go into like the public library, it's free usually, like free library card, endless resources, and I swear there's always at least like 5 autistic people in there. And depends even bigger if you're in a bigger place than me. But where I am, at least 5 at all times.
I never that would never occur to me. That's a great idea,
I
actually.
didn't know either until I was there, and I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing.
So do you have like a radar you can just kind of like?
Now I do.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah. Now I totally do. And I tested it. I recently did a video with Jubilee that should be coming out soon. And I'm so excited to share it right now. You guys, this is the first time you're hearing about this, but Jubilee's going to post a video at some point, and it's me guessing who's autistic and who's not.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that'll be interesting.
It was good. Testing my radar, because I'm like, I am doing this a lot. But it was funny. They're like, let's do it as a video. I'm like, I'm the perfect person to do this because I'm accidentally diagnosing everyone in my head at all times. I can't wait to try this out for real.
That's cool. I'll have to definitely check that one out because
Yeah, wait for it.
parents, like as a parent, it's been 25 years for me with my 3 autistic kids. And I just found out that I had ADHD about 2 years ago. So like a whole bunch of my life makes sense now. But
Yeah.
I find myself doing the same thing rather than judging, a kid in store who's having a hard time. It's like, you know what? I see a lot of my son in him, right? And it's
Really.
it allows us to be more empathetic and more understanding and just be open to the idea that there's much more going on beneath the surface than what we see on the outside. And I wish more people were willing to or capable of doing that because it would make life so much better for all of us.
And you know what empathy gets us to is because we have the empathy, we're better at regulating ourselves and dealing with it and then making the situation better instead of worse. So it's
Yeah.
really like it's cycle of all of the good things.
So this one is more personal, I guess. So you don't have to answer if you're not comfortable answering this. But how
Mhm.
often do you find yourself masking, and is it less often now that you're more like open about everything?
That's a good cue. I think like from what I know of how I was masking earlier too, like I'm pretty sure that I'm myself now. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know if in 5 years I'm gonna be like, that was all a joke, but like I've been now who I am for a bit. And I think that I'm definitely like in high school, in middle school, I'd say I was like 100% masking. High school, I was like 90%. Like grade 12, I was like, 85%. Now I think I maybe mask here and there by accident. I try not to, and I feel better when I don't. But I think I do sometimes, like when and I don't mean to, and I don't really acknowledge it, but, I do afterwards when I'm watching it, like, it sometimes in a video, I'll notice myself. Like, even in that video, I was watching it, and there's, like, some times where, like, my voice changes in a way where I'm like, "Ew, that was weird. That was that was fake." Like, that was weird, like, you were imagining how other people were perceiving you at the moment that you said that, and so it changed the way that you said that, and I can notice it. I don't know if other people do, but it's much less now.
I think we're more sensitive. Like when we look back and we watch ourselves, like from that kind of third person thing, uh,
Yeah.
it's harder for us to. It's easier for us to see the things, like the little nuanced things that we do, than it is for other people who really aren't paying attention to that kind of stuff.
Which is true.
Um, this is a good one. How can neurotypical people better support their neurotypical friends in feeling like seen and heard?
They're neurodivergent friends?
I'm sorry, yeah, neurodivergent friends. Yes.
Nice. I was like, well, I think they're doing good with their neurotypical friends. I hope. I don't know. I think that with neurotypical, if you're a neurotypical person with your neurodivergent friend, I would say congratulations. You're one of the lucky few who have been accepted by the neurodivergents. First of all, I would say consider if you are neurodivergent yourself, because there's a lot of times where they're a case neurodivergent meets neurodivergent. But in general, I think that people who are not, close with autistic people or close with neurodivergent people, just seeing one on the street or seeing a wild one, in the
One
in
in the
the
wild.
wild, like what do you do? How do you best? I think number one thing is like, first of all, mind your business. And by that, like how people have to live their lives is going to be different to how you have to live your life. How people have to parent their children is different to how you might have to parent your children. Like everyone's family units run differently. And so respecting that, and understanding and accepting like that different things work for different kids. So if your way that you're thinking like doesn't work, trying a new way. Being curious to new, being curious to, well, what's this kid teaching me right now, and how do I react to this kid? Not react, like I don't not react. That's not the right word. 'Cause you don't want to react.
Respond?
You wanna what's that?
Like respond?
Yes, you want to respond and not react. That's exactly the word I wanted to find. Yes, to this child, and how and by being curious instead of being defensive, we get to a place of like meeting people, especially when they're like in their worst places, like in a meltdown or if you're shut down. Because usually that's really the time when a neurotypical is gonna be helping, besides
Mhm.
just regular day to day, just like minding your business, letting people stim if they need to stim, letting people like do whatever they need to do if they need to, if it's not bugging you. than just being as like curious as possible. I think is the best step, first step.
That's a great, and I think like it should be okay to ask questions like, how can I
A
help?
million
How can
percent.
I be supportive? Because otherwise, what I've found is it's like I think most people mean well,
Yes, me too.
but it's sort of like it ends up coming across as like buying somebody a birthday present that you want and not what they want or what they need. So
Absolutely.
it's
Yeah.
really yeah, I totally feel that. Totally
People are
feel that.
only like their own what they know, right? And so people
Yeah.
like they want to help, but it's only from their own experiences, which to a lot of people is not helpful. But it is, so it's nice to meet that person at like you want to be good, and so this is the best way you can be good, and it helps both of us. And once people understand that, they love to help. Like they would love to do that and ask like, "How can I help?" Once they know that's better than just like barging in, they're usually like, "Okay, yeah."
You ever see Ted Lasso?
No, Ted Lasso.
Oh, Ted, gotta watch Ted Lasso. His
I
one of his favorite quotes is it's I think it's Walt Whitman. It's be curious, not judgmental. And the more that we are open to learning, the better off everybody is going to be. And we just have to slow down, I think, and do that. And I think you're a great example of that.
Thanks.
Um, okay. So what is the biggest takeaway from sensory processing as a girl during like puberty? And what would you recommend for parents who maybe have daughters who are going through that right now?
Oh
I
my
don't know.
gosh. So my heart just went because that was a
I,
really, really tough time. And to be honest, from talking to especially like AFAB autistic people, the ages between like 11 and 15 are
Mhm.
the most difficult for like a lot of us. So one thing that I will say if anyone's going through it is like, yes, it's hard. Yes, it sucks. Yes, this is probably the worst it's going to be. So it will get better, which is so sucky to hear when you're going through it as a kid. Like, but I feel like if I were to know that like this is the worst it's gonna get, and it makes sense that it's the worst it's gonna get, because like you're changing, your body's changing, your hormones are changing, your life is changing, the way you view people are changing, the way you view your parents is changing, the way you view relationships is changing. You have to now learn to adapt to a world where you're becoming an adult. You're becoming a different human than the child where you were. Like it's a lot of change. So not only is it like physically hard on your body, especially like periods and menstruating, not only is that just like not fun, but there's so much going on that's difficult. So I think that the best thing that a parent can do is explain as much as possible of what's going on beforehand too. So it's like a preparation, being as like informed as possible when the child goes into it. They can know like this is normal, even if it's not good, right? Even if it's not fun, it's good to know what's normal and what's not normal. And as autistic people, our normal is going to be different too to other people's normal. And sometimes we have to see like, is that normal, like for example, and when I'm going to talk about menstruation for a second, because it's also common that a lot of autistic people with uteruses have a really hard time with menstruating, as in like really painful, it's really irregular, there's fibromyalgia, there's cystic fibrosis going on. And so it's I'm seeing people pop up little things, but yeah, it's really important to talk about this and make sure that our gals, especially anyone with a uterus, is like their pain is taken very seriously. Autistic people can be very like, I'm good, everything's doesn't feel, I don't feel pain, but it's actually like, oh no, you should be in a lot of pain right now, girlfriend. Like that's not. So talking about these things, and being as a parent, being as open as you can to your children coming to you with things.
Did you find when like because puberty is tough for anybody, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
but being neurodivergent, did you find that like was it harder to just kind of regulate emotions and just sort of cope with all the things that maybe you were trying to cope with before, but now it's like amped up because of all those changes?
I think that I didn't, I have a hard time compartmentalizing the reasons why parts of my life went the way that they
Mm.
did, just because I was a big like mesh of like I also didn't have a lot of like familial support. I didn't have a lot of like support in general. I think that just the situation I was in was very not ideal. but I did see, I was like a very stressed out kid, but being a stressed out kid and like crying all the time as a kid, they're like, oh, that's a kid. But then once what you're doing as a teenager, it started like looking like anger, and people started being more like, this isn't okay anymore. Like now you're scaring us. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh, I'm scary now. It was my first time being, like big and being loud and being like, no, you have to literally calm down because like it's scary. And I'm like, I have no idea how to do that. I have no idea. I don't know how I got this like upset, and I don't know how to end it. Like the only way it ends is by literally a panic attack, and then I pass out. Like but what I got out of that, or how I got out of that, was going to therapy for a long time and getting the tools that I needed to learn about feeling those emotions and that it's okay to feel those emotions. And a lot of that came from unlearning shame, a lot of shame, which was put on me from not only like society, but, also my parents and the family unit I was in that was like, you can't be who you are and you're not who you are. And I don't like who you are and you have to
Mm.
not be this. So once I got to unlearning that was when I got to regulate better.
I learned like as a parent that we have to embrace what we're feeling, right? It
Mhm.
doesn't matter there's no crime in feeling whatever we feel. It's how we
Any of
choose
it.
to deal with it
Yeah.
that matters, long term. And I think if we could just
Yeah.
help people to better understand it, whether it's our kids or it's ourselves as parents, whether we're neurodivergent or not, I think it sets that tone that allows people to be more comfortable being themselves. And when we like try and fight against it, and also it just becomes toxic,
Yeah.
and it
For
hurts
both of
everybody.
us.
There's
Exactly.
no point that.
And I think that talking to like neurodivergent adults is so important because a lot of us are so dysregulated. Like, look at how we live. And so, how can we regulate our children if we're dysregulated? Of course, we see, autistic parents having a meltdown after their
Mhm.
kid has a meltdown because that's overstimulating to a lot of parents
Absolutely.
who don't have resources also and haven't learned how to deal with it. So by saying to just people in general, like, it's okay to have bad times. Like, it's okay to to melt down sometimes, but this is how you deal with it. Then we can get people to feel more calm and less like targeted too when
Mhm.
something happens with when their child has a hard time. So I think, and I'm not a parent, but I've been a teacher for a lot of years, and I have lots of students that I love with my whole heart. And every time, you see them freak out and you want to solve it, right? I want you to stop crying because also you're loud and I don't like it. I want to get the class back on track, right? And so, of course, I would like to do that as best as possible. But for these little dudes, that's not on their mind. That's not what they need. And so, I try to go back and just remember what it was like being like them and just being like, oh man, ouch, you fell. That hurts. They're like, yeah, it does hurt. I'm like, yeah, it hurts to fall. Yeah, it does. And then they're good. And then we're good. And everything's good. And it wasn't like denying a situation. It wasn't saying, this didn't happen or you're good. Everything's good. Like, let's cover it up. It was like, oh man, isn't that hard? Isn't life hard? And they're like,
Like
it
validation.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I saw that thing that happened and it wasn't okay. Then they're like, you're right. And then they're like, ah, I feel better now. That
And,
like,
and that sort of diffuses things and helps them. It gives them kind of an off ramp
yeah,
to not. Yeah.
to
Yeah.
not have to freak out because it's like, I just freaked out for you. That was me freaking out, being like, wow, that wasn't okay. Now I said to you, like, you're right. Okay, we know, we're on the same page. Life is back to normal. Even though
They
that
feel
sucked, we know
heard.
how to go.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they feel heard, and they can move on. That's great. I like that. That's really good
Yeah.
advice. I'm gonna file that away because I like that.
Nice. I have a kid that falls all the time and I go, ouch. I go, good tumble. And now she falls and she looks at me and she goes, good tumble, eh? Because I say
Yeah.
eh too. Good tumble, eh? It's so cute. Like,
That's
yes, good
awesome.
one. Good tumble.
So last question that we have is did you ever get bullied in school? And if so, how did you handle it at the time? And how do you feel like you dealt with that? Or was there lasting trauma, I guess, as a result, rather than assuming there was?
I wonder if I think that there is. I was bullied. I was really I think my bullying started out as like when I was younger, because I went to the same like public school for 8 years, and then a middle school and then high school in the same town with the same people. So we all knew each other from like 4 years old up till 18 years old. And it started out with like, okay, Paige is gonna be friends with everybody. And then they were like, okay, Paige is a little weird. So it was like isolation a lot at first. And then it was like mean, like name calling and like just like trying to make other people be mean to me. And there was like weird like schemes. And I think that the reason why they did it so much, I think, was because I didn't get it. And I was never like that hurt or upset, because it took me a bit to like process it. Cause I also was like, there's no way that people are this mean. There's no way that people are this petty. And there's no way they're going to put the work in to do this. So I think that saved me for my own like sake, but it definitely didn't make them happier. But I also argue that you don't want to make your bullies happier. That like screw them, you know? If it like, especially if they're kids, like some of those kids now have come to me as adults and we've talked and they're like, I was an asshole. And I'm like, yeah, you were. And then they're like, yeah, but we're products of our environment, right? But and there was one thing that really stuck with me. I watched a program once. I was talking about bullying and anti-bullying. And there was one guy that said, like, if you ever get bullied, if someone goes like, hey, your shirt looks stupid, just say, I know. And then you diffuse it. And that's what I started like doing too. And now I think I see that as like, well, maybe that's where I started using like humor to deflect things and like self-deprecating humor. Is that where it came from? But it totally, in my case too, like when you put yourself down, which I think that's probably something I do. And I don't want to do that, but I totally do. When you put yourself down, it makes people not bully you as much because
Yeah.
they don't have to. And so that's probably how I dealt with it, and not how I would recommend people deal with it. Because you should really be like, if someone says your shirt's stupid, who cares what they say? Who are they? Like, why does
But
their opinion matter? Who's that
yep.
guy? Like, what your shirt's stupid? Who cares? Like,
Yeah, it's
he's just a
it's a lot
dude.
harder to like feel that in the moment
Yeah,
for a lot of people, I think. But as you gain experience in life and you kind of build up that tool set and stuff, it's just like, oh, I don't care what anybody thinks. Just
yeah.
whatever, right? Totally, totally get that. Thank you so much. I really
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time.
So happy to
And
be here.
there were a lot of questions that we did not get to, but just so that everybody knows that they're going to send out the list of questions to you afterwards for you to answer, and they'll share all of those answers afterwards. So
I will answer them.
thank you again, and we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. So hang tight, and we'll be back.
Yay! Thank you guys. Thanks so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye, Paige.
Bye.
Thank you for joining us at the Awesome Conference. As Autism Acceptance Month comes to an end and we approach the holiday season, we're reminded of the incredible difference supporters like you make. Your donations help Autism Canada provide vital resources, advocacy, and support for the autism community. Every gift makes a big impact, creating more inclusive spaces and opportunities for individuals on the spectrum. Please consider donating today. Together, we're building a brighter future for autistic individuals and their families. Thank you for being part of this journey, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Welcome back from our short break. Please enjoy this next presentation from Gemma Gray.
Gemma Gray. Gemma Gray is founder of Coloring Outside the Lines, a peer-to-peer network specifically created for parents and carers of autistic girls. Set up when awaiting her own daughter's diagnosis, the group provides immediate support, understanding, and advice from over 6,500 global members. The group is autism positive, welcoming of autistic input, and run by a volunteer admin team of neurodivergent and neurotypical parents. Although Gemma's background is in advertising and marketing, she's passionate about improving the lives of autistic females and has recently completed her Churchill Fellowship in Canada and the US, focusing on innovative social and employment opportunities for autistic women. Gemma is late diagnosed autistic and lives in Edinburgh, Scotland. Gemma Gray. Gemma Gray est la fondatrice de Coloring Outside the Lines, un réseau d'entraide spécialement conçu pour les parents et soignantes de filles autistes. Créé pendant qu'elle attendait le diagnostic de sa propre fille, ce groupe offre un soutien immédiat, de la compréhension et des conseils provenant de plus de 6500 membres à travers le monde. Ce réseau valorise une approche positive de l'autisme, accueille les contributions d'autistes et est géré par une équipe bénévole de parents neurodivergents et neurotypiques. Bien que Gemma ait un parcours en publicité et marketing, elle est passionnée par l'amélioration de la vie des femmes autistes et a récemment terminé sa bourse Churchill au Canada et aux États-Unis, où elle s'est concentrée sur les opportunités sociales et professionnelles innovantes pour les femmes autistes. Gemma a été diagnostiquée autiste tardivement et vit à Edinburgh, en Écosse.
Hello, I'm Gemma Gray. I'm founder of Coloring Outside the Lines, which is a peer-to-peer network for parents of autistic girls. I set it up while I was awaiting my daughter's diagnosis, as there was very little information out there relating specifically to autistic girls. And in this group that we have, members get really quick information from other members and really quickly, completely free, and it's support relating to a whole myriad of topics. And we seek to empower parents and carers of autistic girls with the sort of knowledge and sort of information so that they can support their daughters really, really well and help them thrive. And that's the topic that we're going to be going through today. Today I'm going to use that collective knowledge from Coloring Outside the Lines and the experience that I've had to give some top tips, help with some common areas of parental concern when you're raising autistic girls. And these tips will hopefully help and support you to support your daughter to thrive. Obviously, it is just a short presentation, so it's top-line information, but I really look forward to the question and answer session that we will hopefully be doing after this. Now, I'm not going to talk a huge amount about the signs of autism in girls. That's a completely different topic, but there are definitely some things that I would like to note. In Coloring Outside the Lines, we notice 3 stages of sort of aha moments when parents tend to go and get a diagnosis for their daughter. 7 to 8, where that cute, quirky behaviour that was never really noted on before suddenly becomes an issue at school. Then leaps to about 12 and 13, where hormones are raging, peers are becoming a little bit mean, frankly, and changes of school loom. And then it's 16 plus. It's where, again, hormones, but also that independence is looming, academic pressures, and often anxiety and eating disorders get spotted first and lead to the diagnostic pathway for autism. And I would always say the earlier that your daughter can be diagnosed, the better, so that she has time to understand herself, get to know who she is and what her needs are. We often see as well that some of the girls are real risk takers, and on the completely other end of the scale, extremely risk averse. And so all the information today will apply to whichever autistic girl, it's whichever autistic daughter you're dealing with. But factor that in, because you will maybe potentially have to adapt some of these, and also depending whether they have a PDA, pathological demand avoidance profile as well. So first one is bedtime. Bedtime can be incredibly stressful for autistic girls. There's tiredness, there's additional anxieties, and it's the biggest transition period of the day, and separation anxiety can play a huge part as well. A lot of our members in Colouring Outside the Lines, bedtime can be a really challenging time of day. So my top tip for this would be try and have a really predictable routine that you have every single night. I know that can be really hard to achieve, but believe me, it really helps. It gives reassurance to your daughter, and it means that she knows what's going to happen next. But also, you as the parent need to leave your emotions at the door. Yes, we're all tired at that time of day as well, and often it's really hard to do that. But if you can leave your emotions at the door, it ensures that your daughter doesn't pick up on your own tiredness or your grumpiness or your sort of change in expression. So for bedtime, consistency all the way through and keep going with it. Visual timers can help. Lovely sort of aromatherapy can help. Having books or audible books to help her get to sleep, and night lights, all of those things. The two key things is predictability and, as a parent, leaving your emotion at the door. So the second area that we see lots of concerns come to the fore is friendships and the worries of friendships. Making and maintaining friendships can be a huge struggle for autistic girls, especially in that sort of school situation. It's because it's really hard sometimes to understand what's going on with a group of people and where you fit into somewhere. So that's why these friendship issues, especially as girls are getting a little bit older, again, that cute quirkiness can wear off, and children themselves are becoming a little bit more suspicious of difference. But my top tip would be to make sure that your daughter knows what a good friendship is. This is really important because autistic girls are a bit more vulnerable and can be taken for advantage of. So it's working out how you show them just what a great friendship is, and that friendship is based on support and mutual care and mutual respect. Sometimes you can use role play to help talk through that and sort of teach them and model conversations that a good friend would do and a not good friend would do. And sometimes just spending that time will help your daughter be able to work out where the frenemies are and where the good friends are. Sometimes they'll also need some conversation starters so that when they meet new people for the first time, they can feel confident in asking a few things. And this will be age appropriate, obviously, but that can really, really help them. And I would always say, find people with similar interests. Similar interests can be so powerful for autistic girls. And I would always say, try and seek out other autistic girls as well, so that they can make a friendship group, potentially where the masking and the camouflaging doesn't need to take place quite so much. Now, meltdowns or shutdowns are a really emotional part of raising an autistic child. It's not just emotional for us as parents, though. It's highly emotional and highly challenging for the autistic girl themselves. Especially in those early days when you don't really know what's going on, you're not really sure where this behaviour is coming from. And some people see meltdowns as bad behaviour. It is not. A meltdown is not a tantrum. A meltdown is not something that should ever be punished. A meltdown really is an overload. It's a complete sensory overload. But by recognising the sort of signs, triggers, that will really help you support your daughter so that she feels safe and cared for before, during and after. And remember when I said you need to leave your emotions at the door? Meltdowns is where that really works as well. My top tip, if a meltdown is coming, and often you can see that it's coming, it's a change in behaviour. Potentially she doesn't want to talk, potentially she's getting sort of easy to anger, but you'll yourself be able to work that out with her where some of those signs are. But when you see that coming, it can feel inevitable. It feels almost as though the meltdown has to really blow up before she can even calm down again. And my top tip is to remain calm. Stop asking questions, because questions are more sensory input. and reassure her. You have to stay calm throughout. Maybe try and use one phrase if she's really in that sort of meltdown phrase of "you're safe" or "it's okay." And sometimes you just have to ride it out for a bit of time, but always making sure that she's safe. And of course, this may be a shutdown as well as meltdown. There's lots of reading that you can do about the difference between those. But never ever punish a meltdown. It's not a temper tantrum. It's not them trying to get their own way. It's a huge build-up, a real huge emotional build-up. And they can feel terrible at the end of a meltdown. They can feel emotionally very, very vulnerable. So be there for them, support them, care for them, tell them how much you love them. Now, school, again, is one of these other areas that we get lots and lots of questions about. And school can be utterly exhausting, bewildering, and frightening for an autistic girl. And it's because there's this sensory overload. And that means getting too much information throughout a day. There's also academic pressure, though, and there's also other people. So it sort of becomes a perfect recipe. There's a great theory that some people use, or an explanation, and it's called the Coke can effect. So if you imagine getting a can of Coca-Cola, and when you walk into school, every time something is a bit off or difficult or a bit too loud or somebody being mean, you shake that can of Coke. You just imagine that happening throughout the school day. And then, of course, when they get into your car or when they get home at the end of the day, it's as though you've opened that can of Coke and everything from the day is exploding out. So they can be seen by their teachers to be absolute sweetness and light, perfect student during the day. And then when they come home, they can really explode or melt down. And it's because they're hugely dysregulated from the day that they've had. And it's because you are their safe space. They can do that with you. And my top tip for school, there's lots of tips, but my top tip for school is to make sure that you get school on your side early and understanding what's going on and push for the simple changes that can make a really big difference. So things like sites of timetables in advance, forewarning for events or own clothes days, a quiet place for your daughter to go to that she knows she can go to if she needs it. That may be a library or a sort of safe space within the school. And getting her main teachers to really understand the benefit of calmly explaining, giving clear instructions, and breaking down tasks into chunks. And just simply understanding that she may be learning differently. And so get them on board, get them on side, and see what they can do to support you. You may have to become that parent, the one that's always pushing, but that's okay. That's your daughter that you're doing it for. And homework, of course, at school, homework can be a really big issue, often because it's homework. Why would you do schoolwork at home? So speak to them about homework. Can it be broken down into more tasks? Can they do it at school with a homework club? That can really help. Or does it in fact need to be done? Again, that's age appropriate, but is it really worth having huge, shouting matches at home at the end of the day, trying to get homework done, when actually they could just do some reading or listen to an audiobook instead? The final section is about supporting independence. And no matter what age your daughter is, you're probably looking at ways to support her independence and get her prepared for the next stage. And independence will, of course, look very different to each girl, but routine and structure helps them with all of it. So it may be that she's, 3 or 4 years old and you want to make sure that she knows how to brush her teeth on her own before she goes to bed. Or it may be your daughter's 16, 17, and you're looking at her moving away from home and how she's going to cope with that and how to support her with that. But for all of them, no matter how bright or academic your daughter is, breaking things down into smaller, manageable tasks can really help. You can do the same for young girls as well. Bedtime routines, break it down into small visual tasks. For older girls, you can also do that. And praise often. Be prepared to go through a few things a few times. Make it into small, manageable steps. But give praise. And if you need to, do it again and do it again. And those visual aids and those task reminders, things like Alarms on phones or post-it notes or apps can again help her start to take that little bit of control for the next step. So sit down with her, help her set realistic, achievable goals, because you don't want anybody falling at the first hurdle. You want them to achieve those steps and build up. So it may be learning to cook a couple of dishes so that if she leaves home for college or university, she knows what to do. It may be sitting down with her and working out how to manage her pocket money and budgeting, or simply establishing a routine of tidying her room, helping around the house. The thing we cannot lose sight of is that teenage autistic girls will have the same problems that teenagers have, as well as some of the issues that autistic girls have, and younger girls. We can't just see autism as the thing that is stopping them doing things or altering the way they look at things. They're young people, they're children. They need to be taught, helped, supported. So we've spoken about bedtime and friendship worries, meltdowns, school, and supporting independence. And for all of these, there are some quick-fire top tips that I think can really help right the way across. And they're my little steps that I think really make a difference. Number one would be pre-plan where possible. This applies to anything: holidays, shopping, visiting friends, going to an event. And by pre-planning, I mean detail, lots and lots of detail. Time, maps of what places look like, how we're going to get there, what we're going to do when we're there. It may feel incredibly rigid, but actually having a holiday plan for 7 days, saying that you're going to do an activity in the morning, then lunch, rest in the afternoon, will give a level of reassurance to your daughter so that she can really enjoy that holiday or activity. So pre-plan where possible. Second top tip, ask in advance. If you're going to the airport, ask what they can do with regards to assistance. In Scotland here and in lots of countries around the world, there's a sunflower lanyard. That can mean that you get help getting through the airport swiftly, quickly, and it makes it a lot less stressful than airports can be. Theatres as well. If you go into the theatre, can you get in early so you can sit down and she can have the noise build up around her? So ask in advance. If you don't ask, you don't get. Third one, give listening and understanding time with any request. It's just time to process. You can maybe even say, okay, I'd like to ask you about this. I'm going to ask you the question. I'm just going to pop the kettle on for a cup of tea, and then maybe we can talk about that. Give her time to think and process with anything that you're talking about. Don't put her under pressure, because again, pressure creates anxiety. So that's giving listening and understanding time. My fourth one is use humour where and when you can. Sometimes humour can really alleviate a situation, elevate it from being a little bit tense to something that's really quite amusing. So if you can use humour with your daughter, if you're having tricky conversations or anything like that, that little bit of humour can add a bit of lightness and can make her feel again reassured and it's all okay. But use humour at the appropriate times. Fifth one, reassure and validate. By validating feelings, by reassuring that what she's doing is okay and it's understandable, makes a massive difference. You'll know yourself if somebody says, oh yeah, I've felt like that before. It validates how you're feeling and makes you feel far more confident about your position. Sixth one would be choose your moments. It's a little bit like choosing your battles as well. Read the room, see what mood she's in, see how she's coping that day, and just choose your moments for discussion. Don't wait until 2 minutes after they've come home from school through the door to suddenly ask a barrage of questions. It's never going to work. So just be aware as the parent to choose your moment. The next one would be brainstorm together. I'm a big believer that our autistic daughters should be included in absolutely everything about when we're talking about their future or how to help and support them. They know what they need, and it means that they themselves can start to advocate for themselves when they're a little bit older, and that they know that their opinions matter. So don't suddenly give them a plan of what's happening on holiday. Sit and talk through it and go through it with them. And then prioritise self-care and emotional regulation. Let them take time to rest. Never say that they're being lazy. Let them sit, let them relax, let them have a duvet day when they need it. If they're telling you they're tired or they cannot do something, yes, you can gently persuade, but self-care and letting them emotionally regulate is hugely important. So I hope that those top tips will help you to support your daughter, maybe feel a bit more informed and perhaps a little less alone. But no matter what, I believe that the family support is so vital to help autistic girls to thrive. Recognise and celebrate their individual strengths, because that's always important. Validate how she feels, and do some great reading so that you're informed and you can work with her to work through anything that crops up calmly. And remember to look after yourself and scaffold your well-being as well. So I look forward to the Q&A. Thanks very much for listening. Take care.
Thank you, Gemma, for sharing all of those tips. I'm sure lots of parents and families will find them helpful. We're going to go ahead and dive into the live Q&A, and we have some questions that were sent earlier, so we'll start there. And again, you can add your questions in real time to the Q&A little button at the bottom of the taskbar. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Rob. Hi.
Oh, there we go. All right. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's a beautiful day in
Good.
Scotland. Thanks very much for having me.
Well, you're very welcome. Thank you for being here. So we have some questions that we'll go ahead and ask and see if we can help people navigate this stuff a little bit better. Do you have any tips on encouraging independence, even though that can be scary, like especially from the perspective of parents?
Yeah, I think it's in terms of independence, it is really scary for parents because there's always that thing at the back of your mind of wanting to be able to support them, keep them secure, keep them safe. But yet it completely depends on the age of the child in terms of how you're going to help them with that independence. But it has to come from a place of the independence that they're looking for, not something that we as parents are pushing onto them. It's talking to them about little steps they'd like to be able to achieve. So, for example, traveling on public transport, when the time is right for that, how do we help them just understand, where to get on at the local bus and where to get off, and making sure that it's a really accessible thing for them to do, but something that they're going to be able to just build up over time. I think as well for independence, money is always a really good place to start in terms of pocket money and being able to understand that sort of level of planning. And just sort of from a personal point of view of making them start to help around the house, see how sort of, looking after themselves so that when they do, leave home in the future, even when they do, it just means that they've got those skills there for them that may be able to help. But it's very specific to the child and the sort of age and stage that they're at.
Okay. And one of the things I've learned, like as a parent, because with my 3 autistic kids, it was really hard for me to sort of let go and allow them to become more independent, because it really is scary. And what I found was the more that I allowed them to do that, the more it allowed them to grow and gain those tools that have helped them to better navigate life. And it's tough because the world isn't always the nicest place, and we want to always make sure that our kids are safe, but we got to try and find that balance. So I appreciate everything that you just said.
I think as well, just in terms of from my point, I am also autistic. And so the way in which I see the world is sometimes a little bit scary. So I can see the world in a slightly scary way. So I don't want to be able to put how I'm feeling onto my daughter. I want to be able to scaffold her so that she is feeling more confident and more able to sort of move forwards.
Okay. In your experience, what are some subtle ways parents can validate their daughter's experiences, even if they are not, even if they don't fully understand what's happening, I guess, if that makes sense?
I think sometimes it's really just getting them to realize that they are being, by saying how they're feeling, by talking something through, that's really important. It's the important first step to make sure that you are actually validating how they're feeling and thinking, letting them talk about their experiences and letting them talk about things that could be a little bit difficult and can be tricky. So that's sort of what I mean about, just making sure that when they're talking through a difficult subject, say, yeah, that must feel really difficult. We often, as parents, want to come up with solutions quickly. We're quite solution focused, whereas sometimes it's just listening to what they say and being able to say, yeah, it's okay to feel that way. It's all right for that to have upset you, or it's okay to feel nervous about this, as opposed to going in straight away with a solution.
Sometimes maybe listen more, talk less. Kind of.
Completely.
All right. How can parents encourage their autistic children to feel more confident?
I think that, all the tips that I've spoken about, nobody is going to watch this film and take on every single tip. It's never going to happen. We all know every autistic person is different. Every autistic girl is different. So hopefully there's little tips in there that people can take away, individual pieces that will help them and their daughter. But their daughter is the expert in what she needs, and her parents are the people that are nearest to her and able to do that. So building confidence, some of that comes from validation, and some of that comes from being able to let people try those different things, try new experiences, and build up confidence slowly that way. But also just making sure that people are, they know they can come to their parents. They've got that support network. And I think when people ensure that their autistic daughters, meet other autistic girls and meet other neurodiverse children, the more people they have around them that can help them and support them, I think that confidence starts to grow. So family, obviously, and extended family. But I think, just little steps of confidence, helping them achieve things and helping them recognize those achievements.
Okay. So this next one, can you speak to the harm that can come from the punishment young and teen girls maybe experience for showing their autistic traits, and how prevalent can PTSD be as a result of that?
I think it's really important to remember that there's so many overlaps with an autism diagnosis. Mental well-being and making sure that they are cared for and looked after is massively important. And you do have a lot of experiences, especially school experiences, where children have really suffered at school and have been really damaged by the experiences that they've had from teachers or from other children. So it's mental well-being and looking after daughters and making sure that they are supported so that they can be protected from some of those experiences, but also be able to sort of heal from them as well.
So, okay, so if we help our kids to, or even our, especially our girls to better navigate that, or we can better support them, does that help to eliminate or lead to maybe less vulnerability in future relationships and things like that?
Yeah, I think there is huge amounts of vulnerability throughout an autistic girl's life and autistic woman's life. And I think making sure that, number one of the things I spoke about is recognizing what a true friendship is, and recognizing when people are being your friend, as opposed to those complexities that you get all the way through school.
Yeah.
Time and time again, in our group, we have about 6,500 members, and time again, we hear their girls being bullied by the people they believe are their best friends. So maybe even starting by just getting them to recognize what those good friendships are and how those friendships feel in the first place can sort of help scaffold. But you're quite right. We can't just do that once when they're young. We need to make sure that they're consistently getting messages of support and having outlets to speak to people about what is and what isn't a good relationship.
Have you gotten ridicule from other parents online or in person?
Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Well, I mean, that's kind of what the question says. So my guess would be like, do you get maybe pushback from parents? Um, and my guess would be neurotypical parents raising neurodivergent kids. Um, when you talk about this stuff and you provide advice and guidance, do you find yourself getting pushback from parents?
Yeah, we consistently, I mean, the vast majority of the members within our group are there to do the very best that they can for their daughters. But that journey for a parent, there's so much stigma and negativity and lack of understanding about what autism is, that people sometimes do come in, and at that first stage, they just don't get it. They think their daughters are being difficult, they think they're being obstructive and naughty, and those parents can be very, very frustrated. And we have a rule within our group, you have sort of 10 very clear rules, but one of those rules is always to be respectful to your daughter, because it is not a place for people to come and badmouth their daughter or say how terrible they're being. That's not the point of the group. So yeah, absolutely, we do get pushback from some people who would say, oh, well, you're just pandering to what she wants done, or she is just making every decision in your family. That sounds ridiculous. But unless we have those conversations, unless we start to help educate people, unless we listen to autistic voices, is really, really key. I always say as well that when their daughter gets a diagnosis of autism, they may have no knowledge themselves at all about what autism is. They may themselves have really outdated, stigmatized images of autism. So it's educating. And if we just berate people, if we are just constantly rude to people, if we constantly look for the negative of what anyone says, nothing will ever be achieved. What we need to do is, if somebody uses the wrong terminology, don't shout at them and scream at them and call them out. Explain. I see that so often, that people get something wrong, they're trying to learn, and they are just berated, and it achieves absolutely nothing. So we need to have open conversations. We need to come from a place of kindness and consideration, first of all. I would say that to every human in the world. Come from a place of kindness. Don't immediately start picking fights with people. So yeah, some parents do push back, but we can only ever educate if we have open, generous, gentle, and knowledgeable conversations.
As a parent, I appreciate that. And because it is hard to navigate these things sometimes, because everybody is so different and unique and have varied opinions on things, and it can be tough for parents to figure out like what the right approach is, or what the right terminology is, or how to use it, or when to use it, because different people have different opinions, and they're very passionate about that, and that's great. But I love your approach about, it's like building bridges, right? Like just trying to keep people together, because there's so much more that we can learn from each other, even if we have different beliefs, different thought processes, or whatever. Like we can learn more by working together to build the community to be a better place for everybody. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, because I think some people's very first opinion is to pull other people down. And, within the autistic community, if we do that, we will achieve nothing. We will never get influence within a neurodiverse workplace or neurodiverse society. So, if that's people's first thing, is to sort of pull people down or criticize people, we're never going to get people to understand really what autism is all about. So yeah, my place with any of those parents who get it wrong, or people who say, oh, well, neurotypical parents can't parent neurodivergent children, that's just wrong. Let's start from a place of kindness. Let's start from a place of knowledge and build it all up together, because what we will all build together will be far greater than if we let a couple of loud voices pull everything down.
And just to kind of build off of that again, like if you're a parent out there listening, don't be dismissive of what the adult autistic community has to say, because there have been so many autistic people in the course of my 25 years as a parent that have helped me to better understand and relate to my kids in ways that I would not have been able to otherwise. And that is so invaluable, but we have to be open to listening, right? And I think it has to go both ways. So I really appreciate what you're saying, and I think that's I hope that everybody really kind of hears that and it sits in. So thank you. One last question. What has surprised you the most in your journey of supporting autistic girls or children and their families? Is there like something that sticks out?
I think the biggest thing is that when I first started the group, I started it because I couldn't find any information specific to autistic girls. And so I started this group and I thought, maybe I'm just shouting into the void. Maybe there's nobody else out there. And going through that whole process, the whole diagnosis process for the child and for their family can be really lonely. It can be really confusing. And so the thing that surprises me the most is that, number one, there were other people out there, but just seeing the power of connecting with like-minded people, where you can share information quickly and easily in a supportive way. Because in the UK, certainly the diagnosis process is very long. And once you get the diagnosis, there really is nothing. There really is no support. So you as a parent have to be empowered to be your child's champion so that they can grow into their own champion. So I suppose the most surprising thing I learned was just the power of collaborative, collective thought, of people coming together with the sole aim of making this world a better place for their autistic daughter. So it's that power is what I love.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And again, all of these questions that we did not get to will be emailed, and you guys will receive all that via email and be able to kind of follow back and see what you have to say about their questions. So thank you very much. And we're going to take a quick 2-minute break.
Thanks so much for having me. Thanks.
Bye.
As service providers, you're at the heart of building stronger, more inclusive communities. Autism Canada's Community Assistance Program helps you extend that impact by ensuring families can access the essential services they need, whether it's psychological assessments, therapies, or respite care. By partnering with the Community Assistance Program, you're not just providing care, you're helping to create lasting change for families across the country. Join us in making support accessible to all. Visit autismcanada.org to see how we can work together to strengthen our communities one family at a time.
I hope you guys enjoyed that quick break. We are now going to be hearing from Britini D'Angelo in an interview conducted by Autism Canada's autistic advocate, Bruce Petrick.
Britini D'Angelo. Britini D'Angelo, 27, is a kindergarten special education teacher, a content creator, 5th-degree black belt, and 6-time world champion in the Chuck Norris system karate, and previous house guest on Big Brother Season 23 on CBS, where she was juror number 1 and cast a vote for the winner of the season. During the historic Season 23 finale of Big Brother, host Julie Chen Moons gave Britini the floor. She revealed to her fellow house guest and to America that she has autism. By doing this, her goal was to bring about increased acceptance to the autism community and ultimately to stop multiple stigmas associated with autism that are prevalent in society. Since the show's conclusion, Britini has raised over $25,000 for organizations both in her town and outside, as well as being featured in multiple articles and podcasts such as Forbes, Black Belt Magazine, etc., where she has continued to promote her message of advocating for those with autism. Britini D'Angelo. Britini D'Angelo, âgée de 27 ans, est enseignante en éducation spécialisée en maternelle, créatrice de contenu, ceinture noire 5e degré et 6 fois championne du monde dans le système de karaté Chuck Norris. Elle a également été participante de la 23e saison de Big Brother sur CBS, où elle a fait partie du jury en tant que jury numéro 1 et a voté pour le gagnant de la saison. Lors de la finale historique de la saison 23, l'animatrice Julie Chen Moons lui a donné la parole et Britini a relevé à ses colocataires ainsi qu'à l'Amérique qu'elle est autiste. En partageant cette information, son objectif était de promouvoir plus de grande acceptation de la communauté autiste et de lutter contre les nombreux stigmas associés à l'autisme. Depuis la fin de l'émission, Britini a collecté plus de 25 000 pour des organisations locales et nationales et a été mise en avant dans plusieurs articles et podcasts, Forbes, Black Belt Magazine, etc., où elle continue de promouvoir son message de soutien aux droits des personnes autistes.
Hello, Britini. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I have heard a lot about you, and thank you so much for being part of our awesome conference.
Oh my goodness. I feel so honored to be here. So truly, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so I think most people would have been aware of you from your time on Big Brother.
Yes.
Could you explain to us what Big Brother's all about? And I will, as I said to you just before we started, I haven't seen an episode, so you're going to tell me a lot of things I don't know.
Okay. My first question that I would tell you is how much time do we have? I'm kidding. No, so Big Brother it's a giant social experiment. So it's been 26 seasons of the show, and there's been some like celebrity Big Brothers and some reindeer games in there too. But it's been going on for years, and it's a social experiment where 16 random strangers go into a house and they basically compete, and every week someone goes home. It is basically the general premise. So somebody will win what's called the head of household competition. They get their own room upstairs. They get to nominate 2 people for eviction. And then there's also a second comp that happens at a minimum called the veto, where one of those 2 people that were nominated for eviction on my season, I was up there a lot. I was the pawn. So I was like the person that would sit next to the person who everybody else wanted to go home, but I would just kind of be the seat filler. And you would play in a veto. If you win the veto, you're safe. You can take yourself off the block. The head of household has to re-nominate somebody else in your seat. So if we're both on the block and you win the veto, then you can use it on yourself, and now you're safe for the week. The head of household has to nominate somebody in your place. And then at the end of every week, somebody goes home and the house votes on who goes home. So we keep playing every week. Sometimes there's double evictions where 2 people go home in a night, or there's triple evictions that have happened. But there are also specialty competitions that happen that can potentially save people depending on the theme of the season. But that is essentially the preface of the show, is that every week somebody goes home, people win power, people go home. And I made it as juror number 1 on my season, so I got to vote for the winner of the show. which is pretty cool. Got to put my key in, turn it. It was pretty cool.
Do the viewers get like instruction books to explain what you just said?
So a lot of times, so the show airs 3 times a week. Thursdays it's live, and then Sunday and either Tuesday or Wednesday. I know the schedule's switched up a little bit recently, but for us it was Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's pretty much very self-explanatory in the episodes. It's a lot to explain at a preface, just because it is a social experiment. There's so many things that go into it, so many different aspects of the game. But yes, it is explained very thoroughly by the host of the show, who's Julie Chen Moonves. She explains everything very nicely for the viewers. So if you're even a new viewer of the show and you don't know anything of what I just said, you could easily learn what I just said.
So you did say a phrase I don't think I understood at all, and that's reindeer games. Did I get that right?
So that was a brand new spinoff that they just did this like around holiday time, where it was literally like I forget how many days it was, but it was a very short run season. Nobody like lived in the house, but like they played games, and the winner of that show won $100,000. So it was like a very shortened version. It was only like 2 or 3 weeks. The normal Big Brother season is like 85 to 100 days.
Okay.
So talking extremely condensed version of the show. And it was like so much fun. 2 people from my season were hosts of the show. They were the elves. And then the winner of my season, Xavier, was actually a contestant on that reindeer games. So it was fun watching him again, and everybody else too.
Okay, so you said somebody's voted on every week.
Yes.
Is that every episode or every week?
No, every week. So there's, like I said, so there's 3 episodes. The Sunday episode covers the aftermath of the eviction, the head of household competition, kind of who that person's thinking of nominating, and then ends with the nominations. So it ends with the 2 people who they've nominated to go up on the block. Wednesday or Tuesday episode kind of goes through how those nominees are going to kind of fight back, the veto competition, and then the veto meeting. Is that veto used to save somebody? If not, how does that play out, and who is left on the block for Thursday's eviction night? So they separated into these like 3 perfect segues, and then Thursday is the eviction.
Okay.
So Thursday is like the last social conversations that have happened. Has any decision changed from the house guest? And then the eviction itself.
Okay, and during this week, you're being filmed constantly.
24/7. 24/7.
So there's a prurient interest in me. It's like, is it everywhere, or are there some parts of the house which the cameras don't go?
So the cameras are everywhere. They're also like, so cameras are everywhere in the house due to safety reasons. So obviously some parts aren't shown, but there has to be cameras in there for literally just safety precautions if anything were to happen to you in that specific place. But no, I mean, there's like 100+ cameras in that house, 90 to 100+ cameras. They're everywhere. And I actually, when I was living in the house, I noticed them for like the first 2 days, and then I really didn't notice them anymore unless they would like go, and they would like face you. And then you like, then you knew that production was watching you have a conversation. And like, that was the only point that I would like know, but I really just forgot. I mean, that really just became my house. And like, I just lived there, and I lived my everyday life and found a routine that worked for me and that kind of thing. So it was a crazy experience, but no, the cameras are literally everywhere.
And did that make you more self-aware?
In some aspects, yes. But also I really have to thank production for this. They worked really well with me on accommodating me throughout the show, in terms of like, I obviously had talked to them about the fact that I was diagnosed with autism at 22 months, and that a huge part of how I understand the world is through subvocalization. So if I don't hear it out loud, I don't get it. So like when I would go in the DR is the only place where like nobody else in the house can hear you except for production. And I would like self-vocalize for the first 10 minutes of being in there, just so that I could like talk to myself without people thinking that was weird. Because if I were to sit in a room and just start spitballing stuff, they'd be like, "Oh, Brittany, you having a conversation with myself?" It did happen a couple of times, and I would be like, "Yes." And like, I would just own it, because if I was talking to myself, it was probably a good conversation. I don't know. But I would have those self-vocalization moments in the diary room, so that it was more private for myself, and I could start to connect the dots in my head. And they would just kind of let me sit there and do that. And they would just kind of give me the time to decompress my brain and just kind of process everything in a space that was my own, and then go into whatever questions or things that they needed me to do in the DR.
So the DR is the diary room, which I
Yes, the DR is the
presume.
diary room, which is where you can comment without anybody else hearing you. That's where
Exception.
like during the competitions, they'll like throw it to somebody and they'll be like, oh, so like in this competition, you have to do this and this and this. And this is how I felt during this competition. And this was my strategy and yada, yada, yada. So we basically have to explain the competition, the rules, every aspect, how we're feeling. Do we want this veto? Do you not want to win the competition? Are you going for the HOH? That kind of thing. So they really get a lot of like the thought process behind what's happening in the house.
Okay. Okay. I want to ask you about your disclosure, but I need to like, that's going to be a little parenthesis for a second. So you made the production team aware that you're autistic.
Yes, I did. On the at the very jump of casting. That's not what I'm saying. This. Throughout the entire casting process, my autism diagnosis was something that I was never going to hide. I had talked about it pretty publicly since I was 16. And even throughout college, I was very open about it. And I just knew that going on Big Brother, I definitely wanted it to be something that production and America knew, but something that my house guests did not know. And I made that a point. And I was like, look, there's always that segment on finale night where you mention your secrets. And that's what I'm going to tell the house guests. And I knew that from the second that I started my very first casting video to the casting team. But no, production knew from the get-go that I was autistic, for sure.
Okay, so what did they do for you? What were the accommodations that they could give you?
So in retrospect, it wasn't, I mean, so vocalizing the DR was a very big part of what they could do for me. In terms of everything else, I mean, I have gathered so many strategies in my 27 years of living, or at that point I was 24, but I had gathered so many strategies in 24 years that I really was, I mean, I was as ready as I could have been. I mean, obviously there were so many other aspects that like you just can't predict in the Big Brother house, but I really had the strategies and I learned as I was in the house more strategies of how I was going to deal with things. I mean, production was so incredibly supportive, but I do feel like the accommodations, aside from the diary room accommodations, really had to come from me because it is a social experiment. So like for me, the emotions ran very high in the Big Brother house. And the way that I found out that I could get over my emotions quicker was by crying. So I am known for being a crier on my season, and that's okay because I was very in touch with my emotions, but I realized that crying about something for 5 minutes could get me over that emotion in 10. So instead of like perseverating over that or ruminating over that for like 15, 20, an hour, 2 hours, I could cry about it for 5 minutes and get over it and rejoin the house and rejoin conversation in a quicker modality. So that is what I chose to do instead of ruminate or perseverate or fixate on something. So it just came with trial and error, to be honest with you. In terms of, I mean, but really they could not have been more supportive of me and who Britini was in that house. And I mean, they were always checking in on me, always making sure. I mean, they did this for every house guest too. Let me not say that. They did this for everybody, not just me, but they really cared about our well-being and they really wanted us to succeed to the best of our ability in that house. And that was awesome. Like that was very reassuring to me. And I felt like that gave me just a heightened more, like a more heightened sense of confidence in that house that I could achieve what I wanted to do. For sure.
For me, I struggle with social communication. And so on a day-to-day basis, I can get through it. Going to parties, I have to plan, and then I have some downtime. Did you just like lock yourself in your bedroom for 2 weeks after the show?
You know, it's funny because social conversations for me are sometimes still an issue and it really just depends on the situation. I found that for myself in the Big Brother house as well. I remember very much so there was an interaction that I did not have with somebody until after we were both evicted and both in the jury house. And I explained to this individual, I was like, look, I couldn't have this conversation with you in the house because A, I found no point in it. B, it gave me too much anxiety. And C, I knew that even having the conversation with you, it wasn't really going to get me anywhere. And it was with somebody who I was kind of aligned with, but I wasn't really aligned with in the house. And I just knew that like that social interaction was going to give me more anxiety than proving something to me.
Yeah.
So I shied away from it. And so there were so many times in the house where I would have to be like, okay, Britini, like you don't want to talk to them and you're done. Like your social battery is off. And like that would happen to me so often. Like people knew that like when I had my pajamas and my towel on my shoulder, the game talk is over. Like I'm going to bed, I'm doing my routine and I'm I'm off for the night, you know, and people would stay up until 5 a.m. and talk game. I would have to go to bed at like midnight, latest 1 o'clock, or else I would not be recharged enough to do the next day. You know what I mean? So like I definitely noticed that. Like I was, I believe, the earliest, or if not the second earliest person to go to bed on a season the entire time, because I just needed that. I needed that rest. I needed that, like, I'm done for the day and I can just relax and just be Britini. After the show, I'll be honest, I really just embraced family and friends, and that kind of gave me like a new auxiliary. Embracing family and friends when you come home that you haven't seen in so long and that you haven't talked to, especially my parents, just because I've never gone a day without talking to them. And then you go as many days as I did without talking to them, you got to catch up. And so I really embraced family. And that was kind of how I like re-exhilarated my social battery in terms of energy wise. But yeah, it was definitely a trial and error in terms of like sometimes I would have to force myself to have those conversations when I was just like, I have no more words left and I have no time to plan this. And I don't want to have this conversation with you, but my fate's in your hands. So I guess I have to. And here we are.
You don't have a chance to like practice your conversations or, you know,
No,
all that stuff.
that happened very rarely in the house. Would I have a like, like I said, there's literally times in my life where like I have to practice conversations because, like I said, social situations are literally sometimes a situation, is how I always like to say it. But in that house, you get very, very little time to do that. So it really was just like a trusting my gut and hoping that the words that were going to come out of my mouth were exactly what I meant. And that I could just portray it in the most honest way possible. And I felt like just telling myself, be as honest as possible and let that lead the conversation did me well. And I really think that the conversations that I had in any tough situation for me came out very authentically because I don't know how to be anything else. I just don't know how to lie. And I can only be one way. Like, I'm only going to tell you how it is. But it really helped me to communicate the most effectively that I could in that high pressure situation. So
I have done pretty magical things in my life, but I admire you getting through 3 days of that, let alone
Thank you.
How many weeks were you there in the house?
I was there for 6 weeks in the house, and then in the jury house, I was there for 5 weeks.
Yeah, that's like, well done. That's amazing. Because as I was preparing for this, I was just thinking, boy, there's just my special talent is being able to sit in front of 100,000 people and improvise a piece of piano music. That doesn't worry me one little bit.
Oh, that's amazing.
But
wow.
That being in that situation for more than 3 days, and that's fantastic. You said in the early interview, your biggest fear about the show was losing communication with your family. How did you handle that?
Yeah, it was really difficult. I'll be very honest with you. My mother and father are like my two best friends. And there's not a day where I have gone where I haven't talked to either one of them. So knowing that Big Brother would completely cut me off communication wise from the both of them, it was really hard because like they're the two people that like, if my perception of something is off, which I can't control in some circumstances, they're the ones that lead me on the right path of like, hey, this is what you missed. I had nobody to do that for me in the Big Brother house until I met my best friend on the show, Azza, who Azza ended up becoming that person for me. And I thank God every day that Azza was on that show with me, because Azza will be in my wedding party. I'm very single, but like whenever I find somebody, she will be in my wedding party, as will some of the other castmates that I had on that season. But she is truly so incredible. And like, I feel like that was how I dealt with it, was because the show gave me Azza and Derek, who we were the jokers on the show, the three of us. And they gave me two incredible human beings that I could trust with my whole heart and just confide in with everything that I needed to. And just like in a game where you can't trust people, I could trust them 100%. And that is carried over into real life. The two of them are two of my best friends in the world. And I talk to them almost every day. So like, it really like, our season was different though. Like our entire cast still talks, and anyone that has gone on the show previously will tell you that Big Brother 23 is the closest cast of anybody, because we truly, like, we all walked in that house, we sat down at the dinner table and we were like, wow, this is different. Like, this is not just any typical season. And it's going to be something that is so incredible. And obviously our season was so historic for so many different reasons. but it truly, like, I feel like that was how I got through it, was because I had people who I could confide in, who I could talk to in that way. But obviously, I mean, I miss my mother and father dearly. I mean, I wouldn't be me without them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And how
Yeah.
hard they fought for me, and how, I mean, my mother knew something was wrong when people would walk, when at 1 year old, she knew that, like, as people would open the door, I wouldn't turn around, or I was nonverbal. And I mean, I was diagnosed at 22 months with nonverbal, repetitive sims, no social cues, and no eye contact. Like, that was, I mean, that was where I was at 22 months old. And that's how I was diagnosed so early. But it was because of my mom pushing for that. Like, I would not be Britini without them, and without their constant love and support, and without their constant advocacy for me, who they've shown me how to be my own advocate in the same realm, you know? So just, it was hard for sure. I mean, that's an understatement, but
Yeah.
I mean, we did it, and I was really impressed with myself that I could. Because going into it, that was literally my biggest fear. And that's no shortcoming of that statement of mine, is they've always been there. So how do you go 3.5 months without them?
I mean, especially your support network. So
Yes.
losing that connection, I mean, especially for an autistic person, is pretty devastating.
Oh, it was, I mean, you think of losing a rock, like, they are my rock, and you lose that rock, and now you're on gravel, right? Now you're on gravel. You could slide, I mean, you could slide, you could slip, you could do a whole plethora of different things, right? But at that point, I just kind of had to trust that I had the strategies in place to get through it in the most effective way possible. And I think we did a pretty good job. I'm sure there's things that I could have worked on, but I'm going to say I did a pretty good job.
And actually, I was going to ask you about that. So one of the big, maybe the surprises for me, and that's, please don't take this as a judgment, but just when I was reading some of the notes for this, you decided not to disclose until the finale to the castmates, yet you told the production staff. Was that the correct thing to do?
I stand by that decision 100%. I did not want to tell my castmates that I was autistic, because I wanted them to get to know Britini as Britini. And I didn't want them to be like, oh, she's having a meltdown because she's autistic, or, oh, give her a minute because she's autistic. Or, I don't know what the preconceived notions of any of the 16 people in my house would have been about somebody with autism. And, like, the whole thing is, my whole cast was extremely supportive. So I probably could have said something and nothing really would have changed. But how would I have known that going into that social experiment? Like, how would I have known that? I mean, there are people, and I know you know this, we have a lot of work to do in this community, and there's a lot of awareness, there's a lot of acceptance to be had in this community. So I stand by my decision 100% to not say anything, because I wanted to play the game as Britini, and I did not want anything hindering the view of the house guest in the process of doing that.
Okay, and that's fair enough.
Production knowing was a different thing, because production could help me with accommodations. We could talk through different things of how would this be in the house. And I felt like it was essential for them to know, because obviously that's the way my brain works. So being 100% fully transparent with them makes 100% sense to me. But with the house guests, no, I wanted to be Britini, and I wanted to play the game, same playing field, no holds bar, like, let's do this thing, you know? With nothing standing in my way that could have.
Yeah, you're raising a good point. I think in a utopian world, disclosing is completely fine, because no one's going to judge. And I can see it could go, one way or the other.
I mean, you just don't know what people, you don't know what people do know or don't know, especially in a social experiment where you're meeting strangers, So like I said, it was essential for production to know, because we were able to talk through things, especially before going on the show, right? We were able to talk through so many things and just, like, make sure that I was good on all fronts. And I felt like that communication was essential, but especially with the house guests. No, I standing up there on finale night and telling them all on that stage, and just being able to tell everyone together, it felt like, I felt so vindicated in that moment. Because even with my platform currently, I am an autism advocate, and I love using my experience to educate people and just kind of put my experiences with autism in layman's terms and just really make it something that everybody can understand and not this foreign concept. So I feel so blessed. I really do. And I mean, they accepted me with open arms and they still have, and it means the world for sure.
Was anybody surprised?
Yes, I think that some people's reactions in that video, I just posted it, the 3-year anniversary of our finale was yesterday. And I literally, I remember watching the video, people's jaws hit the floor. Because, and I don't know what reaction I was expecting. I'll be honest with you. I just I share my story and I share my truth in my heart. And I don't expect anything with that because it's my truth. I don't need to expect anything from you. I want it for me.
Yeah.
And no, but people were shocked. Yes, for sure.
When I disclosed, I was diagnosed quite late in life. And when I disclosed, especially to my school friends who now live in a different country and haven't seen for 30 years, I said, well, yeah, I've been diagnosed with autism. And they went, yeah. I think they all knew. That for me, that was, in fact, for me, it was I hardly got a single reaction. And that was, in one respect, interesting. But two, it was also, why didn't you say something? Why couldn't my friends have been a bit more of a stronger ally 20, 30 years ago to say, hey, look, everyone knows you're quirky and things, but we think there may be something deeper going on about that. Anyway, I'm happy for you that you got that reaction. And I also know we often have no expectation in that sense. We're not too sure what's going to go on. Yeah.
No, like I said, I was sharing that on finale night for me. And I was sharing that because I mean, in terms of a TV perspective, right? We don't see much representation on TV for us at all. And I was just so honored that I got to be that representation, or at least a glimpse of what it could look like. And every single day I was in that house, I knew, and I felt so honored to be a part of that story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it really just, for so many reasons, that night meant the world to me. Really.
Britini, thank you so much.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. This was so enjoyable. Really. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Let me stop the recording. I'll tell you the secrets now.
It was great to hear about Britini's experience on Big Brother and about her life afterwards. Let's open up the floor to some questions now. And we have a few that are already ready to go, but please continue to submit your questions through the Q&A little button at the bottom and not the general chat.
Hello, hello. How are we doing today?
Good. How are you doing?
I am so good. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Perfect. Awesome. I'm so excited for this. That was the first time ever watching my own interview back. So that was a very enlightening experience.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Do you ever feel does it ever feel weird watching yourself?
I feel like I'm used to it only because of Big Brother. And just the fact that I haven't watched my entire season back, but I've watched bits and pieces only because I lived it. I don't really need to rewatch it because I was there. But I'm kind of accustomed to it, but I will say that was one of my favorite interviews that I've done in a really long time. So we had so much fun talking and the conversation just rolled so seamlessly. So it was so much fun.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay. So we have a bunch of questions that were pre-submitted. How did your experience on reality TV impact your life outside of the show, especially with your work as a teacher? Did that not go through? Can you hear me?
Right now you are frozen on my end, but it could be me. Oh, wait.
Okay. Are we good? Are we good? Because I'm having the exact same thing. So we're having a technical issue. We're going to try and work that out. We'll be hopefully picking this up in just a minute.
Okay, can you see me?
We're good. Can you hear me?
Okay,
All right.
yes, I can hear you.
All right, perfect. So the question was, how did your experience on reality TV impact your life outside of the show, especially kind of as it relates to your work as a teacher?
Hold on, one more thing. I am.
Okay, it's okay. Okay. We're gonna try one more time. See if we can get the internet to cooperate with us.
See if this works. Okay,
Okay. How about now?
I think much better. Much
Okay.
better.
There's no delay. There was
I'm so
some
sorry. I was like, I can't hear. Oh no. Okay, we are good to go now.
Okay, so no problem. All right. How did your experience on reality TV impact your life outside of the show, especially as it relates to being a teacher?
Yeah, so my big brother experience definitely has impacted my life. I mean, I'll be honest with you, my life hasn't been the same since after the show in the best way possible. I did more of the social media influencing world. That's now a really big, I mean, that's a huge job that I do now. And just being able to share more of myself and feeling comfortable enough to share more of myself through social media was a huge change. I've never traveled more in my life to things, which I just feel so insanely blessed for. And then in terms of teaching, I learned so much about myself on Big Brother. And one of the things that I knew throughout everything that came with a Big Brother experience was that I did want to go back to the classroom and I did want to teach. So this year actually was the year that I took my very own classroom. So I'm a kindergarten special education teacher in an 813 inclusive classroom. And I feel so vindicated in my life and the choices that I've made and everything since the show. Big Brother was an amazing experience for me. I really just had the best time on the show. But teaching is truly such a passion that I could never live without. So even after Big Brother, I went right back to work a month later and I was subbing in classrooms and doing my thing. So it's like the best of both worlds. Sometimes I feel like I get to be like Hannah Montana because I'll like teach during the week and then I'm gone on a weekend and I'm like, okay, here we are. But I wouldn't trade it for the world, for sure.
Do you have any advice for other people on the spectrum who want to put themselves out there but are maybe uncomfortable or nervous?
Yeah, I'm always like a very much risk versus reward kind of person. But I mean, I say do it. And the reason why I say do it is because Big Brother terrified me to do. The reason why I went on the show in the first place was because when I was 18, I've watched Survivor all of my life, but I started watching Big Brother when I was 18. And I had always dreamed of playing in the competitions and meeting Julie Chen Moonves and just like having the Big Brother experience. I was obsessed with the show and I'm a huge super fan of it. So that was the main reason why I wanted to go on. But I hope that I'm not the last individual with autism diagnosed to go on the show. I hope that I'm just the start. But I tell people go for it because you never know. You know what I mean? Like you can have Big Brother. Like I said, there were so many uncertainties for me with Big Brother, and there were so many conversations that I had to have before going in the house. But taking that leap of faith was one of the best decisions that I've ever made in my life, and I stand by that 100%. So I say do it. I mean, I say, what do you have to lose? Is kind of what I have to say with that one.
Okay.
It's scary and it's terrifying 100%. I mean, there are things that I do on a daily basis where I'm like, "Ooh, I don't know how I feel about this today." But but truthfully, I just say go for it because you never know until you try, you know?
Okay. Okay, so this one is okay, this person would like to be an autistic advocate like yourself.
Okay. Love. We need more of those.
What advice would you give someone wanting to start their own journey?
So what I say, first and foremost, I say do it number 100%. I think we need way more autism advocates in the world. And I feel like the more people that share their stories, the more the world's going to understand that A, we're not all the same, and B, we're not all that different from anybody else. But what I say is just be authentic to you in your story. Don't try and tell your story through a lens that you think people want to hear. Tell your story through your own lens and make it yours. Because I feel like that's one of my favorite parts is that I follow so many autism advocates myself, and we all tell our stories so differently. And that's the best part because we're a spectrum. We shouldn't be sharing things differently, and don't share things the way you think the public wants to hear them, because I promise you they want to hear it through you, not through an extension of you, if that makes sense.
Cool. Okay, this is a good one. From one martial artist to another, what were your biggest challenges, if any, from the martial arts community?
Oh, this is a great question. If funny enough, I'm actually sitting in an office because I'm at a black belt test right now in Weirton, West Virginia. So I am literally in an office at a karate school right now taking this interview. But my biggest challenge through the martial arts journey was not black belting up, actually. It was the underbelt ranks. I wanted to almost quit twice, and I almost did. Because I was like, why am I not getting better? Why am I getting corrected so much? I didn't understand it. Like, I mean, I started karate when I was 12. I was a very, very hyper 12-year-old, that asked every single question in the book. But the term discipline is one of the main things that I've learned from karate, but it was the hardest thing for me to learn was how to be disciplined. And like talking out of turn got you push-ups, or talking out of turn got you extra katas at the end of class. And I had to learn the hard. I mean, I probably hold the record at my karate school for doing the most push-ups for talking out of turn. And I wish I could tell you I was exaggerating, but I'm not. But you know what? Martial arts for me has been so incredible. I mean, I just recently got my 5th degree black belt, so I'm now a master rank in the Chuck Norris system. I just got promoted in July by Grandmaster Norris, and that was insane. But I really like martial arts has changed my life forever. It was not an easy journey getting to black belt. It took me 5 years. And like I said, there were a lot of trials in there, you know what I mean? A lot of tests for me. But I'm so glad that we pushed through all of those and we got to where we are now, for sure.
My kids went to it was like a charter school here in the States for kids with autism and ADHD and learning disabilities. And they built the entire school around martial arts, which was really, really cool. Cause like instead of
Wow.
like PE class, they had martial arts.
Martial arts
And
class.
yeah. And so it helped them to gain like control over their bodies and build up confidence, a lot of anti-bullying stuff. And it was my youngest just excelled uh at martial arts.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people maybe who aren't aware that there's like therapeutic martial arts too for like younger kids to
Oh,
just help them
for
to,
sure.
yeah. So that's really cool.
Absolutely. I mean, martial arts for me, it truly, and I say out of any of the sports that I've done in my life, dance and martial arts are the two that have made the biggest impact on my life directly because they've literally made me Britney. And I mean, even this year too, I mean, just the milestones and how you progress through the martial arts and you can see that growth. It's a sport where you can see your growth from point A to point B, you know what I mean? So it's just so cool. And I wouldn't trade it for the world, really. I just feel so blessed that I'm in this sport for sure.
I was just going through some of my camera roll and I have like slow motion of, you know, my kids like breaking boards and they did it. It
Yeah.
was like, it was the idea behind it was teaching them discipline and all of that stuff. But it was teaching them that they can, you know, pushing through the boards and breaking the boards was symbolic of pushing through the obstacles in their life.
Yeah, pushing through a
And
boundary for sure.
yeah. So that's really cool. It's really cool to see
Yeah.
somebody on like the far end of this, like way down that
Yeah.
path in that journey. So very cool.
I have a video that I just came across. I was a green belt, which is like, I mean, at this point, like 13 years ago. But like I I have a video of me axe kicking a board. And I was so proud of myself at age, like, what was I, 13, 14 at that point? But like now I'm 27. But it really, I'd say everyone should do martial arts. I really do. I feel like number one, it is so important to know how to defend yourself safely and how to disengage and how to do so safely while you are not getting hurt. There was one saying that one of my instructors said to me one time, and they said, I don't live to fight, but I will fight to live. And that is one of the best sayings that I've ever heard in my martial arts career. And I live by that every day, for sure.
Wow.
I don't live to fight, but I will fight to live if I'm ever in that situation, for sure.
Okay. So I think our last question is
Okay.
back to sort of the big brother thing.
Sure.
What, like, why did you choose to go on the show? And did you do that? Was it like to raise awareness, or was it more of like to like challenge yourself, like personally?
Yeah, so there were a couple of reasons why I went on the show. So first and foremost, it was my dream show to go on. Ever since, like I said, ever since I was 18, I've been obsessed with Big Brother. And when I got the calls and made it through the casting process, I was so dumbfounded that a girl from Niagara Falls, New York was going to it could happen, you know? So it was my dream show to go on. That was probably number one. Number two, I obviously I knew that I was, if I had had the opportunity to go on the show, I knew that I wasn't going to tell the house guests that I was autistic, but I did know that I wanted, obviously production needed to know. And also America needed to know for me, just so that like in the DRs, I could talk about it and we could talk about different things and that kind of thing. But I mean, yes, you know, but my main, like I said, main reason to go on was because it was my dream show. The side benefit, I guess I would say, of me going on is that it has created a much larger conversation about representation on TV for those in the autism community. And that is a conversation that needed to happen long before I got on Big Brother. But I do feel so honored every single day that I got to be their representation and that I get to share the story in the amount that I do. But also I will say challenging myself for sure. I mean, like I said, I had never gone a day without talking to my parents. And could I do it for 4 months? I don't know, you know, and I did. But just like challenging what was like, let's see what Britney's got. Like, let's go out there and see what Britney's capable of, you know? And I'm a competitor at heart. I mean, I love competition. So like watching all the fun comps on Big Brother is obviously one of the reasons why you go on. Like The Wall, even though I was in literally so much pain, it was so much fun to stand up there and get slimed and gross and whatever it was up there as you're trying to hold on for your life. But no, I mean, really so many reasons why I wanted to go on. And I mean, it really was a dream come true.
Do you, when you look back on this, just to
Yeah.
kind of follow up, do you feel like, was there a downside, or do you ever find yourself to be like a downside to kind of being in a public eye, or kind of putting yourself out there?
I mean, for sure. I mean, when you put yourself out in the public eye, you are exposing yourself to any and all amounts of scrutiny because people on the internet are, I like to call them the keyboard warriors, who
Yep.
they are behind the keyboard trying to say any negative thing about you. But honestly, I just pray for those people because if you're commenting something negative about me and taking time out of your day to be negative towards me, then you must have something going on yourself that is way deeper that you're trying to get out with me. I've been in this social media Big Brother thing for a while now, so it really doesn't faze me. Because like I said, I honestly just pray for those people because my energy, all I can do is share my truth. And I know there are people out there that resonate with my truth, and that's all I need to worry about. You know what I mean? But yes, I mean, obviously, like when you go on Big Brother, I mean, you can get watched 24/7. You can
Sure.
get scrutinized 24/7, you know, but
Mhm.
ultimately at the end of the day, all I thought to myself was, I'm here getting this opportunity, and you're the one sitting behind a phone saying mean things about me.
Sure. Oh yeah.
So when you look at it that way, I just every day I wake up so blessed that I get to live the life that I get to live. And if people spread hate, I hope you're okay, is honestly what I think.
That's a good point. I like that. And I think, like, you know, it's not like like whether it's Big Brother, or being online and publicly doing stuff is probably not
Yeah,
for everybody.
it's not for sure. It takes a certain kind of backbone that
Yeah.
that I didn't have it at first. I'll be honest, I didn't, and then I developed it. I mean, I'll never forget this. This was before I went on Big Brother, but I went viral a couple times doing the how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood
Oh,
down. I was called the chipmunk girl for like 2 months. I'm not kidding you. And but after that, I feel like that one was just funny. It wasn't really insulting because I was like, I guess I'll be the chipmunk girl if you all keep watching. It's fine.
right. Yeah.
Like I learned from that one just to kind of you take it with a grain of salt. You really do. It's just like it's you see it. I mean, the great thing is on my page is I can control everything. So I mean, obviously, if you're
Yeah.
coming to my page trying to say something, bye, block
Bye.
button's my fave. You know what I mean? So,
My block list name is Tim, and I feed Tim all the time. It's the easiest thing to
right.
do. Just keep him out of your life. Because I mean, the negativity, and everybody, I think what's important that people understand is whether you are neurotypical or neurodivergent, everybody's different.
Yes.
And just because maybe you wouldn't want to do something doesn't mean that someone else doesn't want to do that. And
Exactly.
you know, if people are giving you pushback for sharing your story or going on Big Brother or whatever it is, like you have the right to do whatever it is that you feel you need to do. Right?
Exactly.
You're not forcing other people to do the same thing.
I don't know.
And I think it's great. I think it's great
Thank
that you're
you.
doing this. And I
Thank
think
you so
everybody
much.
needs to have a voice, and uh and see how profoundly unique everyone's experience is.
I think,
Otherwise it's
yeah,
oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, otherwise it's not one size fits all, right? I mean, everybody is so different. So
it's not,
I
and
appreciate it.
that's what I love so much about social media is that I mean, social media inherently is very negative. I mean, let's be honest. I
Yep.
mean, in the news, you see the negative things first and then you see the positive things after. Social
Yep.
media is very inherently the same. But that's why on my pages, even in my lives, I tell people I go to on TikTok live very often and I tell people if I said leave everything at the door, we don't bring the negativity in here because people come to my lives as a safe space so that they can get
Mhm.
away from that. Like that is what we have crafted my live to be. And I love that so much. And I love that my page can be a source of positivity and a source of just light for people. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I like, because that's what I enjoy creating. I don't enjoy creating negative people. Like I never do it. I don't think I've ever done a negative piece in my life because I would get sad making it. So I don't know how you would feel watching it. Like I would be annoyed having to make that myself. So I really think that there is so much power in sharing your voice and so much power in embracing your authenticity in you. And I think
Mhm.
that it's something that more people should definitely do for sure.
Yeah, totally
100%.
agree. Well, I really appreciate your time and working through the little, tech
I am
hiccups.
so sorry for the technicality, but
It's life,
it's fair. I truly
total life.
I just want to say thank you because I love, like, it's just our community needs, like, we're on the right track, but we are not all the way there yet. And I think everybody can
Yeah.
agree on that. So I mean, I really just feel so honored that I was chosen to speak at this and just be part of this year. And I just know how blessed and an honor I feel to be here for sure.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And there'll be more questions that we didn't obviously get to that they'll email you and you can help everybody
Okay,
better understand whatever it is that they're wanting to
let's do
understand.
it.
And then we are going to take a 25-minute break, but we'll be back with more after that.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank you for joining us at the Awesome Conference. As Autism Acceptance Month comes to an end and we approach the holiday season, we're reminded of the incredible difference supporters like you make. Your donations help Autism Canada provide vital resources, advocacy, and support for the autism community. Every gift makes a big impact, creating more inclusive spaces and opportunities for individuals on the spectrum. Please consider donating today. Together, we're building a brighter future for autistic individuals and their families. Thank you for being part of this journey and enjoy the rest of the conference.
As service providers, you're at the heart of building stronger, more inclusive communities. Autism Canada's Community Assistance Program helps you extend that impact by ensuring families can access the essential services they need, whether it's psychological assessments, therapies, or respite care. By partnering with the Community Assistance Program, you're not just providing care, you're helping to create lasting change for families across the country. Join us in making support accessible to all. Visit autismcanada.org to see how we can work together to strengthen our communities one family at a time.
Sensory support kits by Autism Canada are designed to help individuals on the autism spectrum manage stress and sensory overload. Packed with calming, tactile items, this kit is perfect for self-regulating in emotional or challenging situations. Each kit includes essentials like a plush friend, cozy blanket, noise-reducing earmuffs, fidget items, sunglasses, and more, all in a lightweight, reusable backpack. Order yours today at www.autismcanada.org.
Hello, my name is Bruce Petherick, and I'm the Autistic Advocate at Autism Canada. As someone who is both autistic and an advocate for meaningful inclusion, I understand the importance of literacy programs that truly reflect the needs of autistics and those with lived experiences. Autism Canada's literacy programs do exactly that. Developed by individuals who live the actually authentic experience of autism, these programs are designed to offer practical and accessible learning support. They aren't just about teaching literacy, they're about creating resources that recognize the diversity of ways people learn and communicate. By placing autistic voices at the forefront, these programs are paving the way for more inclusive and effective education for all neurodivergent learners. To learn more about our programs, reach out to us at training@autismcanada.org or visit www.autismcanada.org/literacy programs. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. That concludes our longer break for the day. We're going to wait about a minute, make sure everybody is back and ready to go, and we'll be right back. Hello again. Now that everybody is back, let's head into the rest of the programming. As a general reminder and some housekeeping rules, please remember to be kind and respectful in the chat. Not everybody's going to see things the same way, and that's okay, right? Our differences can make us stronger, and we can all learn from each other, even if we don't always agree. So just keep it nice. We are here to create a safe space for everyone. We have team members from Autism Canada ready to assist with any questions that you might have. So feel free to use the chat for general comments. And if you have specific questions for the presenter, please leave those in the Q&A feature below. Now, let's jump into the next presentation by Daniel Jones, better known as the Aspie World.
Daniel Jones. Daniel M. Jones, known for his platforms, The Aspie World, is an international best-selling author of Autism for Adults and a prominent video influencer. His award-winning YouTube channel, The Aspie World, is the largest YouTube channel focused on autism from the perspective of an autistic person, dedicated to promoting autism awareness and understanding. Through engaging content, Daniel fosters positive change and actively supports charities like the National Autistic Society. Diagnosed with autism, OCD, ADHD, and dyslexia, Daniel leverages his personal experience and social media influence to educate others about neurodiversity. He also made history by organizing the first ever neurodiverse panel discussing ADHD and autism at VidCon US, the world's largest video convention. Daniel M. Jones. Daniel M. Jones, connu pour sa plateforme The Aspie World, est un auteur à succès international avec son livre Autism for Adults et un influent créateur de contenu vidéo. Sa chaîne YouTube primée The Aspie World est la plus grande chaîne dédiée à l'autisme du point de vue d'une personne autiste, visant à promouvoir la sensibilisation et la compréhension de l'autisme. À travers un contenu captivant, Daniel inspire les changements positifs et soutient activement des organisations caritatives telles que National Autistic Society. Diagnostiqué autiste avec des troubles obsessionnels compulsifs, TOC, un trouble de l'attention avec hyperactivité, TDAH, et la dyslexie, Daniel utilise ses expériences personnelles et son influence sur les réseaux sociaux pour sensibiliser à la neurodiversité. Il a également marqué l'histoire en organisant le tout premier panel neurodivers consacré au TDAH et à l'autisme lors de VidCon US, le plus grand salon vidéo au monde.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Dan Jones, actually a lot of people know me formally by the name The Aspie World, which is like my online pseudonym. I'm a YouTuber, author, international keynote speaker, and also I'm an educator to help educate people on the ups and downs of autism and how to help and overcome certain things. There is no magic wand. You can't just say, okay, well, do this and everything will be fixed. But what I do offer is practical advice, tips, and strategies to help people with issues in their life if they're on the autism spectrum. So I am doing this presentation on overcoming autism and ADHD moment of inertia, or inertia in autism and ADHD. Now, what does that mean? So if we think about the word inertia, what is inertia? Because it's a big fancy word, we don't really know, but it's kind of like this. Newton's laws of motion depict that an object in motion can't deviate from the line it's on or stop because it's moving through space. This is called a moment of inertia. Or the exact opposite can happen. An object that is not in motion can't just start going into motion because it's just staying there. Kind of like this. If I am currently hyper-focused on a project, I'm working, and something else happens, I can't deviate from that task because I'm constantly working on this one thing and I really want to get it done and I want to see the end task because it's dopamine rich, right? And the other part of it, which is I have so many different things to do, I want to start one of them, but I can't start any of them. So that is the moment of inertia. Now, many autistic individuals and ADHD individuals will come across this moment where you'll be kind of in the middle of, I've got this project to do, I want to start this project, and I also have something that I've already started and I need to get it finished, but you can't get around to doing it. It's almost like the idea of all of these things becomes a little bit too difficult for you to even think about, let alone actually start doing. And a lot of people think that this is, biting off more than they can chew, which in fact isn't the case. It's not taking on too many concepts or too many things. It's actually this moment of inertia that's happening in your brain because it's down to the fact that you're wanting to start something, but because you have so many things to start, you kind of hit a blockade and go, okay, well, I can't do any of it, and you just kind of implode. So, practical strategies for overcoming the moment of autism inertia. Now, this can happen in people with ADHD and people with autism and ADHD because it's not specific to ADHD, but it's primarily because of ADHD or the hyperactive part of the brain that will cause this to be a thing. So you may find some autistic individuals who are absolutely fine with just getting on with the task and doing the thing that they want to do because they only have one task. However, when you have an ADHD brain and an autistic brain that kind of like, coexist and talk together, the ADHD brain is going to want to pull you in every single direction because it's like, hey, this over here, oh, that over there. And this is where it starts to break apart that kind of hyper focus to just do that one thing. You're being pulled in every direction. And this is why you get this moment of inertia. So this is relevant for people who are autistic and ADHD, or people who are just ADHD, if that makes sense. So I developed this idea because I come from this idea that anything is completely doable. You just have to know the process and how to do it. Nothing is just impossible. A lot of people will sit down and they'll be diminished by the fact that they say, I have ADHD, I have autism and ADHD, I can't do those things. And it's not necessarily true 100% of the time. Actually, a lot of the time, it's like, I can't do those things in the way that other people do them, so I'm going to do them my way so I can achieve those things. And I'll give you an example of this, okay? Before I get into the hacks, I want you to change the way you're thinking about something, expand that space of knowledge that you understand and see from a different viewpoint. I have a book out called Autism for Adults, which is just here behind me. And when I was asked to do this, the publisher said to me, you've got to get me 100 pages, by November, right? And at the moment it's July or whatever. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm like, I can do this. I know everything, that I want to write in the book. Of course I can do it. Awesome. So then I sit down at my desk and I think to myself, okay, I have dyslexia, autism, and ADHD, and I need to sit down and write a book. So I sat down and I was like, okay, oh, gotta do something else, gotta put the tea on, gotta put the television on, gotta go get something to eat, come back. So when I decided, I was like, okay, all those things are done, I'm gonna focus now and just do this one thing. I have dyslexia. To sit down and type out an entire book was never gonna happen. So I was like, dang it, what am I gonna do? And then I had an idea. I was like, how I learn things is I go running, right? I go jogging pretty much every day. And when I'm jogging, I'm not listening to music, I'm listening to audiobooks or podcasts because this is how I learn. And the reason this is so important is because I can speed up the
podcast or the audiobook to 2 times the speed in which it was recorded. And that allows my brain to be at the same speed as the thing I'm listening to. But to reinforce the education and learning, I realized that I'm having tactile feedback, which means I'm hitting the floor with my feet as I'm running, and that shock is going all the way through my body and giving me deep muscle proprioception, which is ingraining into me. It's reinforcing, kind of like if I said to you, "Hey, how are you?" Or if I said to you, "Hey, how are you?" and I punched you in the arm, you would find one of them way more engaging than the other, right? Because you'd feel the hello from the punch. You wouldn't feel the hello from just a wave. So this is where I get tactile feedback understanding. So I was like, okay, this is the way around it. Typically, people would sit down at the desk and just type out a book, blah, 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 blah. But me, I'm going to find a way around it. So my way around it was to go running on a treadmill for 1 hour every day for 8 days and talk to my phone, because iPhone has this cool thing like a voice dictation software. So like you can dictate to your phone and it will map it out like that. So I did that, and then I checked into an AI thing that just kind of made sure that it's called Grammarly, and made sure that the grammar was all correct and everything. And then I gave that to my publisher. Cool. And in 2 weeks, I had a book ready to publish. Now that was an autistic mind changing the way in which I approached a potential problem to a solution that would get me to the result I wanted, right? Which is like the moment of inertia. And I think about it like this. There's no such thing as problems. There's just potential towards a solution. Because if a problem exists, we know that there's a solution for it. But what is the solution that we're going to take? There could be multiple solutions. Like, you know, if we're driving on a road and there's a log in the road, we know the solution would be to not have the log in the road, right? So it's not a problem, it's a potential to fix the solution. Like, what is the potential we have? We can move the log with the car, we could push it, we could try and go over it, we can plow over it. Can we drive over the log? You know, there's so many different ideas that we could take to get the solution. So this is what I mean. So I'm going to tell you right now how we're going to do the autism inertia, overcoming autism inertia. So rule number 1. This is very interesting. When we're trying to start a project or try and start something, we tend to not treat it as something that we already are conditioned to do. And what I mean by this is something called cinema mode, or movies, like the movies, like you know, movie cinema. So when you go to the cinema, you are asked to turn your mobile phone off. You know, like put it on silence and put it in your pocket. You know, don't answer calls. So when you're in a movie theater, you actually put your phone on silent, and you also don't look at your phone for like, the entire duration of the movie. And that's cool about that, because you know this, you have this ingrained in you. You go, yeah, I'll put my phone in my pocket and I'll just sit down and watch the movie. So now when you're sitting down to do a project, you don't apply that same rule. In fact, what happens most of the time is people sit down to do a project or get a piece of work done. It could be academia, it could be actual work, it could be a project you're working on, and they'll just pick the phone up and start doom scrolling on Instagram and, like, you know, checking out, like, you know, what celebrity news or whatever, texting their friends. No. If you have a project to do, treat it like you're in the movies. Get your phone, put it onto silent or kind of do not disturb mode on your phone, and put it into a drawer. This reinforces the fact that you ain't going to touch it. Because if you can put it into a drawer, keep it away, you win. That's number 1. This creates in you a mindset of, hey, I'm going to do some work now. Let's get onto it. Okay, so this is the juicy part of it. This is the part that gets you kind of really into like the nitty gritty of it. Every single be it academic project, a home project, a work project, career, anything that you are trying to achieve has to have steps. You have a starting point and an end point, but you have to move through steps to get there. You can't just appear there, right? Which is what we're talking about. Moving from that moment of inertia so that you can move through space towards your goal. So each step is a potential small problem in itself, or as we now know, small solution. And we need to think about it in a way that other people don't think about it, because we think about things in the way that other people don't think about it. And this is how we do it. You take a piece of paper and then you write down every single thing that you need to do. So we go, okay, you know, maybe it could be 10 things, like I need to learn to drive. No. So
I need to get a job, right? In an office somewhere, you know, you got an ideal job. I want a job at Google, right? Which is like, you know, about an hour away from where I live. You know, I want to buy a dog and I want to buy a home and all these things that you need to do, right? Your goals list, like the things that you want to do. So that everything, and you might be thinking, okay, Dan, but it's not just goals, it's projects and work and stuff. Everything. It could be finish a task for university, complete a report for my manager, go looking for jobs, right? List them all out and then take that list and then look at it. And this is an important step. Look at the whole list and say, if I could eradicate one of these first, which one is going to give me the most return? Like, what's going to make me feel better? What's going to improve my condition? What's going to urge me towards life more? If I just get that one thing done off that list, which one is it going to be? And then you pick that one off and then you get a new piece of paper and you put it at the top and you say, okay, this is the item that I want to attack. And this is the time frame I'm going to do it in. So you set a time. You say, I'm going to do this. I want to get a job, right? And I'm going to give myself 6 months to get this job. So you've got a 6-month time frame. You know what you want. And then something magical is happening here, by the way, guys, and I'll talk about it in a second. And then you list out all the things. So I need to get a job. What do I need to do to first get the job? I need to understand. You need to write down every task and step that's going to get you towards that goal. So we know that getting the job is the end goal. So what's the first thing? I need to understand everything intricately about that job. So research job. Next task. I need to be able to wear a suit to the interview. Buy good suit. Then interview tactics. Learn interview tactics and processes to achieve a better, you know, chance at winning the position at the job. Then it's learning to drive, because if I don't learn to drive, then I won't be able to drive to the job. So it's take driving lessons, buy a car. And you can see how all of these things stack up. And this is what you do. Every day, you take one of those things and you apply it to your life and say, today, I'm going to just learn about the position that I want to be in. And that's what I'm going to do today. That's it. And then you tick it off. And every day you do this, something magical happens. First point, when we make that first list, the initial list of all the tasks that you want to do, you are taking the mental kind of cloud and the massive strain of all that stuff that's sitting on your head. You're taking it out and you're putting it onto paper, which takes it away from here. So you're not getting this like mental pressure. You're actually getting it onto paper and you can see it. And actually, a lot of the time, you'll notice like the tasks that you have to get done are a lot less than what you see, of what you think. Sorry, they're less in what you see than what you actually think. Then, by taking one of those out and actioning them onto a piece of paper, even just writing those down, you're starting to move out of the sink of inertia. By getting a piece of paper and writing out all the things you need to do, you've already taken your first step to rocking yourself out of the moment of inertia, or in this case, autistic inertia, because you're taking a step, you're taking a valuable step forward. And why is this important? Because with every step forward you take, you have a kind of mental check mark, like, yep, check, I've made the list, cool. And that check of I've done that one thing gives you an instant rush of dopamine. It's kind of like that age-old hack. Like if you need dopamine in a day, like if you're really burnt out, if you're an autistic person or ADHD and you're super burnt out, you need to complete a simple 3-task list. Make bed, have a shower, eat some food, or get a drink of water. Write those 3 tasks down on a piece of paper and tick those off. As soon as you tick those off, you'll feel so elated and you'll have a rush of dopamine because you've managed to complete a task that you needed to do. So with my inertia task sheet, listing out all of your things that you need to do that are causing you problems or the things that you need to sort out, and then taking that list to one side and then getting a new piece of paper and taking one of those things off the list and then writing down every step that you need to take to complete that, to get to that goal. And then you action one of those every single day until you get that goal. You will, I can guarantee, not only will you rock yourself out of the moment of inertia because you'll be used to doing this task, this planner, but you'll also achieve 9 out of 10 of the things that you want to achieve. So, you know, I can't say that you're 100% of the time going to get everything right, but 90% of the time, you're going to achieve the thing that you want to do, the goal you want to do. So you have 2 things. One, your life has just been upscaled 10x to an amazing level where you're able to attack problems, potentials towards goals that you want to achieve within a process that's rocking you out of the moment of inertia. So you don't even have to think about, oh, I've got inertia, I can't do it. You're already there. You've already got it. You're already like, nailed it. This is how you move from being in a moment of inertia to outside of that moment of inertia. And the only other thing I can say on this is that the reason that inertia exists within our brains is because people on the autism spectrum, especially ADHD, which is ADHD and autistic people, they are more prone to having PDA, or pathological demand avoidance, which is basically when someone says to you, hey, you need to do this task, you'll have a demand avoidance. There's a demand to do a task, you'll avoid it. Because you see the world as being way more chaotic than the average person or the typical person sees it, which meaning that you're always like that toy buckaroo, you know, when you like load things onto the buckaroo and he like kicks back when he's at it, when the little, it's like a little mule or something, right? And you hang bags and coats and stuff on it. And by the time you put too many things on it, it kicks back, right? And all the stuff falls over and you lose the game. So it's buckaroo, right? That you're already at that tipping point of buckaroo. There's lights and sounds and smells and heat and clothing and everything else. There's people talking. There's chatter. There's road noises. You're sitting on a chair. It feels uncomfortable. And then somebody says, "Hey, I need you to do this thing." No, go away. So PDA happens by default because you're already at this tipping point of buckaroo. You take control. You silence your phone. You put it away. You get 2 pieces of paper. You make your list, and then you take one thing off that list, and then you start it out. You will always win if you follow this formula. And this is an age-old, tried and tested formula. I use it every single time, and it's absolutely fantastic. Now, I'm open to any questions anybody wants to ask me on this process or anything else that I teach. You can get me at the Aspie World, so it's TheAspieWorld.com. Or you can just email me, theaspieworld@gmail.com. All my socials are just at the Aspie World. I would love to have a conversation with you. And yes, I hope this has given you some insight and helped you to achieve some of the goals that you want to do in life and rock you out of that moment of inertia. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Dan. We're going to now move to the Q&A portion of this. Let's start with a few pre-submitted questions, and we'll see if we have time to take some live ones and go from there. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good, 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 good.
I just got back from Canada myself. I've been in Toronto until last week, so.
Oh, nice, nice. Traveled.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm in Ontario a lot, so.
Yeah, I'm in Canada since I was a kid.
It's a good place.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so you ready?
Yeah, born ready.
What can you think? What do you think about when? Wait. Oh, what do you think about how some people think of this concept of inertia as laziness, which is harmful, which is a harmful stereotype? What differentiates inertia from laziness in your mind? Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Laziness
a little bit.
Yeah, and it's very simple to define. You know, laziness comes from a position of I don't want to do anything, so I won't do it. But inertia comes from the fact that I want to do it, I can't do it. So we're trying to rock ourselves out of inertia, but people who are lazy don't want to rock themselves out of laziness. You know what I mean? So if you ask anybody who's seriously experiencing inertia, they're going to be saying to you, I want to get out of this, I want to get out of this. But if somebody is like super lazy, they're just going to be like, you know, I'm happy just chilling, you know, smashing a pizza and playing video games, right? You know, so like, it's really interesting. But I think that it's also very harmful to kind of say that to somebody who is experiencing inertia, that, oh, you're just lazy. And I used to get it with dyslexia. People say, you're not dyslexic, you're just lazy. I'm like, well, you know, I want to get on and I want to be better at spelling and reading and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I would say there's a huge difference there. And you know the difference because you feel it. If you want to do something, you can't do it, it's inertia.
Is that similar to like the paralysis?
It's exactly what it is. Okay. Yeah, because it is a paralysis. Yeah.
And so I have a question for you. Like all 3 of my kids are autistic. 2 have ADHD. I was diagnosed with ADHD a couple of years ago, so I'm still trying to come to grips with all that stuff. What do you tell your child who doesn't understand whether, you know, the inertia part of things, and they just beat themselves up because they feel like they're lazy?
Look, when you can't understand the concept of the thing that is occurring, it's hard to grasp that, obviously. And the only way to do it is to validate it, to be like, yeah, you know, I get it. I totally get what you're feeling. Like, that's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with the way you're feeling. But then you have to find something that relates to it, you know? And maybe even looking at what I would do with kids is we use the appearance of mass, right? Maybe like draw it out. This is what's happening, and this is what you can't get. It's like a wall, and you can't get over the wall, but you have to figure out a way to build a ladder to climb over the wall. Like, you have to kind of like conceptualize it in a way that is relevant to the way that they can really get it. Use the "it's kind of like" scenario, you know what I mean? So you can tell them like, it's inertia, you know, Newton did all this, never going to happen. But if you're like, it's kind of like, you know, and then maybe use toys to show like the, you know, because they'll need this kind of a visual representation of what's happening, because obviously being visual learners on the spectrum also definitely helps. But the other thing is giving the concept mass. When you have mass in front of you, you'll be able to learn a lot quicker. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because I've struggled with that just on a personal side, because it's one thing to accept responsibility for not doing something. It's another thing to blame yourself for something that's not within your control, right? And that's a really fine line to walk. And I wanted to know what you thought about that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, man. Just a pro tip on that: use clay or some kind of modeling clay, because you can make anything out of that, and so you can really explain anything using modeling clay. You know, that's the easiest way to do it.
We actually have modeling clay. My kids love modeling clay, even now.
Good man.
What do you think? Do you think burnout contributes to inertia?
I think that inertia contributes to burnout. I feel like, yeah, it kind of gets to that, doesn't it? If you're wanting to get on and do something, because we're all wanting to do something. You know, we're not lazy people. You know, by default, humans are not lazy. It's very rare to find a lazy person, to be fair. We all want to get on and do something. But when you're held back, it's kind of like being pulled backwards and you're struggling to go forward, you know, and you're just going to get tired and burnt out. So unless you have, you know, proper kind of like management tools, which is what I was teaching, you're never going to be able to get out of that moment, and you're going to get burnt out. Yeah.
Yeah. I hadn't thought about it like that. That's a good point. Could inertia be linked to other things like extreme stress and anxiety?
I think it can definitely lead to stress. Like, anxiety is normally a byproduct of worry, and worry is a byproduct of fear, and fear is a byproduct of not solving problems. And we know what a problem is just a potential towards solution. So I think anxiety may not come into this, but I do think that stress will come into it, because stress is a tension that happens when trying to expel energy, right? You're trying to expel energy, but you're getting nowhere fast. So you're going to expel all that energy, and it's gonna stress the tension on you as a person, and that will be the burnout. You know, it's that bit before you go, hit rock bottom, and it's the bit with the, you know, between you and the other thing pulling you back. So I think, you know, what's really fascinating about that method I was saying about, you know, using your list, and you have the things you want to do, you take one out, and then you start actioning those items. As soon as you start doing that, you're already task list, you're crossing things off by just doing the practice. Stress just starts to diminish straight away, because you're like, oh, what am I stressed about? I can manage this. I have a system in place, you know? So that's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. It's like a cycle, right? Like, everything can lead to the other thing. So like the more you beat yourself up, the more anxious you can become, the more stressed you are, the worse the paralysis gets, and it just cycles. I love that approach. I'm going to share that with my kids, because I think that'll be really helpful.
Yeah, good.
How do you cope with dopamine seeking when it comes to autism and ADHD, such as like online spending, changing your likes, or fixations often?
You know, it's funny. I have strict rules on things. I don't gamble. I don't drink alcohol. I don't smoke. And I think things like, you know, adult content is very banned for me, because autistic individuals or ADHD individuals will have a tendency to find extreme dopamine hits from all of those things I just mentioned. And those things become addictions, right? And ADHD people are more prone to that, because they're currently seeking that kind of dopamine hit. What I do instead is I I give myself this, I say to myself, there's a rule, right? So we all love rules. There's a structure to it. I say there's a rule. All those things will decrease my potential towards reality, right? What will increase my potential towards reality? Well, learning things. So put it this way. I know that I get dopamine from listening to lectures and learning, training courses and stuff like that on marketing. So I spend, maybe a budget of like $100 like every 3 months. I'll buy something related to like a program or a book related to marketing. So that will give me that dopamine feed. It's always the same. Like you're always searching for dopamine constantly, and you'll find yourself kind of going down that slippery slope. Like, oh, I need to go out and like buy an entire box of donuts. I'm going to sit in Tim Hortons or whatever and smash the whole thing. But like it's because that's dopamine hitting, but it's not going to urge you towards existence. It's going to hold you back. So I just say to myself, okay, what's the opposite? If this is the bad part, what's the opposite that's going to give me that dopamine? And we have so many things. The easiest one to go to is the thing that we are like, our special interest is the thing that gives us the most dopamine. So if you're into Pokemon or if you're into like anime or whatever, like go do that thing, and it's funny. You have to cap yourself because you will end up spending all money on memorabilia, like Fight Club memorabilia. I have so much of it. Like this the amount of Fight Club memorabilia I have in my office is ridiculous. And that can get to some extremes, but you have to have a limit. And you can do this quite easily. Here's a tip, actually, for people who have issues with this, and I do as well. You can set up limiters on your bank apps that will say, if you hit a certain limit of kind of like, I don't know, liquid cash or whatever, or kind of like disposable income within a month, they'll say to you, hey, the bank app or the bank will phone you and be like, hey, are you okay? Looks like your spending limit's going a bit high. And you'd be like, oh, yeah. So it's just a good reminder, you can set that within your banking app. And we all use banking apps now, right? So it's not like I'm preaching to people who don't use those things. That would be my honest advice for people who find it really difficult, because I do, and I use those features on the apps.
Okay. What would you do when you are, or what do you do when you are experiencing sensory overload?
Yeah. What's funny?
No pressure on this one, man. Like,
look, no, I mean, like, it's a whole thing, right? Sensory overload happens because the environment that you're in is not sensory pleasing. I'm going to give you a very short, crude answer. Look, when you're experiencing sensory overload, the environment you're in is causing this sensory overload. So one of the most interesting things you can do instantly is take yourself out of that environment and put yourself in another environment. Okay, say you can't do that. You're sitting on the sub, you're in a subway, or like you're somewhere, right, on a train or a bus or an airplane. Oh my goodness. So I always do the simple thing. I put my hands on my ears like this, so I block out any sound, I close my eyes, and then I literally just think of the thing that gives me the most dopamine. So I'll recite kind of like monologues from Fight Club, and that sounds silly, but that's like my thing, right? So I recite the Fight Club monologues, and that helps calm me down, because all you're trying to do is decrease that kind of like, oh no, happening and getting worse and worse and worse, because sensory overload is going to end up in a meltdown, right? So and that's what I do. There are other ways to do it. About like, it depends what it is. One of the best ways is to avoid situations. This is one of the ones I show a lot of the time. People's like, oh, I need to go to the grocery store, and I always get sensory overload when I go to the grocery store. And I'm like, don't go. Just use like, delivery, or I don't know what apps you got, like DoorDash or whatever apps that will do like, personal shopping for you and bring it to your house. Just do that. Like, there you go. Because why do we need to be forced into situations for neurotypical people when we can now have tools that will help us navigate life around it? A lot of people say, oh, you're secluding yourself and blah, blah, blah. But look, what would you rather? A sane, secluded Dan, or a manic kind of like, running around the grocery store like, oh my God, so there's a simple answer, right?
I think it's really important that we recognize our human limits and work within them. And if going to the store in person, I hate to go to the store in person. I hate it. Since COVID, I grocery shop. I just order it and have it delivered to the house, right? Because it's less that I have to deal with. It's quieter. 100%. I don't have to, my people battery lasts a little bit longer. And I think it's important that we find ways to work within that. And if that works for you, I think that works for you. And I think that's great advice, right? I mean, just because, and to say that you're secluding yourself, it's more like you're paying attention to yourself and you're allowing yourself to operate in the way that you need to in order to kind of navigate your day. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. I think they're two very different things.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, because like people put too much pressure on themselves to fit in. you know, to a certain idea, think like, oh, I have to go and do these things, because people, why? We don't have to do anything. All you have to do is make sure that you're protecting yourself, you're safe, and that's pretty much it. Like, you know, and how do you do that? Well, as long as you're not hurting anybody else, do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't matter how you get to, it's A and B. How do you get to B? Do it however, you know, works for you, as long as you're safe and not hurting anybody else. I really like that. I think that's great. It's great advice, man.
Excellent.
So there's going to be a bunch of questions that we did not get to that they're going to email you, and you can answer them so that everybody can have their answers. And I really appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Peace out, man. I love it. Thank you.
We'll take a short break. Be back in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Rachel, and I am the Family Support Navigator here at Autism Canada. Just wanted to take a moment to talk about our National Family Support Program. We're committed to helping individuals and families navigate their unique autism journeys. Whether you're looking for resources, support groups, or guidance through school, healthcare, or community, our dedicated family support team is here to provide personalized assistance every step of the way. The prevalence of autism and neurodiversity continues to increase. So does the need for support. To meet these growing demands, we're working towards establishing a national support line that will offer vital assistance to individuals and families across Canada. The support line will ensure everyone, regardless of location, has access to resources, guidance, and the help they need. But we can't do this alone. By donating to Autism Canada, you'll directly contribute to the development of this national support line, helping us provide essential support to people and families across the country. Together, we can build a brighter, more inclusive future where everyone has the support they need and no one is left without resources.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you everyone for those engaging questions. Let's get ready for the next presentation after this short break. Welcome back. And up next is my interview that was done by Jamie McCleary on topics related to parenthood. So please enjoy the conversation, and we'll do a live Q&A afterwards.
Rob Gorski. Rob Gorski, known as the Autism Dad, is a single father to 3 autistic sons, Elliot, Emmett, and Gavin, in Northeast Ohio. As the founder and CEO of the Autism Dad, Rob has been a prominent voice in the autism community since 2010. Through his widely read blog, podcast, and social media platforms, he shares personal stories, expert interviews, and practical advice, creating a supportive space for parents navigating autism and special needs parenting. Recognized by major media outlets like CNN, ABC News, BBC Worldwide, and The Tamron Hall Show, Rob is dedicated to educating the public about autism, fostering community, and inspiring others through his advocacy. Rob Gorski. Rob Gorski, connu sous le nom de The Autism Dad, est un père célibataire de 3 fils autistes, Elliot, Emmett et Gavin, vivant dans le nord-est de l'Ohio. En tant que fondateur et PDG de The Autism Dad, Rob est une voix importante au sein de la communauté autiste depuis 2010. À travers son blog très lu, son podcast et ses plateformes sur les réseaux sociaux, il partage des histoires personnelles, des entrevues d'experts et des conseils pratiques, créant ainsi un espace de soutien pour des parents qui accompagnent leurs enfants sur le spectre de l'autisme et qui vivent la parentalité avec des besoins particuliers. Reconnu par de grands médias tels que Cable News Network, American Broadcasting Company, British Broadcasting Corporation et The Tamron Hall Show, Rob se consacre à sensibiliser le public à l'autisme, à renforcer la communauté et à inspirer d'autres personnes à travers son engagement.
So how do you balance self-care with the demands of parenting specifically, I suppose?
Well, I haven't quite figured that out, to be honest with you. It's sort of like a work in progress.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd think after 24 years that I would have figured some of this out. And well, in fairness, I think I figured some of it out, but it's tough, because I have 3 autistic kids, and the demand, they're very unique.
Yes.
Like each of them are different. And
Yeah.
I was just talking to my son this morning about this, like, we're equity in this house. It's not equality, because like everybody needs something different to get where they need to go. And that's exhausting.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And we have complex health things as well. But to be completely honest with you, I have learned the hard way how important that is, because I have twice now found myself in a really dark place,
Mm-hmm.
caregiver burnout related type stuff. And part of it I think was caused by like living for 44 years at the time without knowing that I had ADHD, so it was unmanaged.
Yeah.
And that's not good for anybody.
Yes.
But that was taking a toll on me.
Yeah.
And I am a single parent, so I don't have any help from their mom. She's not in the picture. And so it's a lot of responsibility. And so I feel like there's not enough for me to go around anyways. And dividing myself up even further to try and take time for me it feels counterintuitive at times.
Yes.
But what I've learned is I don't ever want to go back to those dark places. And it's vital that I am around as long as I possibly can be in order to be there, especially for my oldest, who's going to need somebody for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
And to give my kids the best version of me, I have to put back into me. My therapist had told me at one point, and it really helped me reframe this. He's like, sometimes you have to be selfish before you can be selfless.
Yes.
And, society has it kind of structured where like parents are supposed to just give and give and give and give and give to the kids. Kids come first no matter what.
Yeah.
And that's, maybe there's superhumans out there that can do that, but I'm not one of them.
No.
And we can very quickly run up against our limitations, especially when you have kids that have more needs. And it is not sustainable.
Oh no.
And you can compensate and compensate, but you're going to crash at some point, and that crash can be really hard. And so I've started to look at self-care as the kindest thing that I can do for my kids, because it gives them, I mean, not like, this sounds really whatever, but like I'm giving them the gift of my presence, which sounds really, I don't mean it in a way that it sounds.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Because, you know, I'm all they have. And
Yeah.
to be around, to witness everything that they're going to do in their lives and stuff, I have to take care of myself.
Yeah.
I could have thought of a better way to say that, because that didn't sound really good, but you understand what I mean. And I
Yeah, for
appreciate that.
sure. It's funny because when you're neurodivergent, you understand things in a context that maybe neurotypical people don't understand, but it's
Yes.
easy to, you know,
Yes.
oh, I understand exactly what you're talking about. So
It's same, like
yes.
same wavelength,
Yes.
right? Like that, I'm so used to having to explain myself.
Yes.
It's that's actually really nice. Thank you for that.
Yes, no problem. So I guess this kind of filters into the last question, but how do you manage your own neurodivergence as a parent when you have 3 other neurodivergent people? So essentially you have 4 neurodivergent types in your house. How do you manage all of those neurodivergent types? Because I mean, it gets chaotic.
It is chaos. but you know, like, to be honest, like, it's all that I know. Like so like, you know, we tend to kind of hate the word normal, but like, this is my normal.
Yeah.
This is normal for me. Like, I don't know what it's like to not exist in this. So it's sort of hard to explain that. But, you know, I will say that, you know, when I was diagnosed with ADHD, it put a lot of things into perspective for me that maybe well, not maybe, I definitely struggled with before. I didn't understand, especially the ADHD side of things. I didn't realize what I was experiencing was ADHD related stuff. And I have like the inattentive form. It's like my brain just never shuts off.
Yes.
And my kids, well, my 18-year-old is inattentive. My 16-year-old is like all the impulsive, like all of it just went to him. And so I didn't recognize it, you know.
Yeah.
But getting treated for it and getting on meds and stuff has helped me to better understand what they have been going through. Not that I'm in their shoes, but it just provides some context to things that helps me relate a little more. Now, I will never understand what it's like for them to be autistic, because to my knowledge, I'm not autistic, but I mean, I didn't know I was ADHD, so who knows?
Yeah.
So I would never pretend to like walk in their shoes with that, but I've been around them for their whole lives, and so I understand what autism is like, at least from the outside looking in, and how it tends to impact them, so that I can try and be more supportive, whatever. But it can be kind of tough, because a lot of times people have, whether it's stemming things that we have here that are triggering for other people in the house, and it just becomes like this domino effect. And there's never one thing that can address everybody at one time. And so it's like I have to do what it's like, you know what it's like? It's like 3 different languages.
Yes.
Is what it's like.
Yeah.
And my youngest, who is very, very logical, he's very black and white. My 18-year-old is very always never, and my youngest is very black and white. So like he's dealing with like frequencies and times of things is his always never, and then what actually happens is the black and white for my youngest. We struggle with, why don't you treat my brother the same way that you treat me, or why don't you treat me the same way you treat him, or why are you not addressing him the way that you would? And it's because, like, you know what? If I worked with you the way that I have to work with him, A, you would be really upset with me.
Yes.
And B, we would get nowhere.
Absolutely.
So just because I'm not, you know, reacting the same way to what he does versus what you do, doesn't mean that I'm not reacting in an appropriate way. But there's, you know, everything has to match and line up and be the same. It's always been that way. And it's tough to kind of navigate that stuff, but I have just sort of, well, honestly, my oldest is 24. I have an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, and we still haven't worked through all that stuff, honestly. So
well, it's always evolving, right? I don't know that you ever can get that language completely down.
And it's a moving target.
Yeah.
Because like sometimes something will work today and I think like, oh, thank God, like, I totally got this.
Yes.
And then I'm like, I got this tool in my toolbox, right? And then
Yeah.
like the next day when something
Yeah.
comes up and I'm like, I got this,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
then they're like, don't
Yeah.
say that to me. I don't
Yeah.
want anything to do with this. And I'm like, are you
Yes.
kidding me? Like
Yeah.
it took me 17 years to figure
Yeah,
this out.
I know.
And it only worked one time,
Yeah.
you know? So it's like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you have I'm trying to figure out, how do you teach your children about the importance of their own self-care, particularly in managing their own sensory needs, or potentially respecting the needs of their siblings, or you,
that part,
for that matter?
That part is tricky.
Yeah.
So we were just in therapy the other day, and I was talking with one of my kids and the therapist, and I'm like, they're kind of at the age where they're butting heads a lot.
Yeah.
And it's just like, not everything is autism related. It's just sibling stuff too.
Yes.
But part of the problem is that they do the same exact thing to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, he does something to his brother that upsets his brother, but his brother does the same thing to him and it upsets him. But neither one of them recognize that they're doing it to each other, right?
Yeah.
And if they would just stop, like we could just break this cycle of chaos.
Yes.
But there is sometimes a lack of awareness as to like what other people might be going through.
Yeah.
They're very, very sensitive. They're very they care very deeply and very empathetic. So like the people who out there, you know, believe that autistic people are not empathetic or incapable of empathy, it is the opposite of that.
Absolutely.
They can experience it so much that it creates a tremendous amount of anxiety. And that's my 18-year-old.
Yeah.
But it's just constant repetition. I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over and over again because I am really.
Yeah.
And it's like just trying to point out that guys, like, let's just breathe. And do you not see that you're doing the exact same thing that you're complaining about him doing?
Yeah.
But it's okay for you, not okay for him.
Yes.
And I'm like, that's like, we have to just kind of take a step back and look at this. In the moment, they're not always aware. And then sometimes they are, because they're still kids, right? And they'll do things,
they like to push buttons.
Yeah. And there's no way to really always tease out what's what, but you know, it is a delicate balance that never seems to actually work.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of triggering, but we also understand too that, like, sensory wise, especially sensory wise, people are very sensitive to that. So, you know, if there's like I deal with like misophonia, which is like someone's chewing makes me homicidal.
Yes.
And like I never get mad, but like if someone is chewing, I can't cope with that.
No.
And sometimes they'll do it just to mess with me, and other times they just don't realize they're doing it.
Yeah.
And you know, I have to remind them, and then they'll like, oh, I'm sorry, Dad, I forgot, or I didn't realize this. And so like there's sensitivity and awareness to that. Like my 18-year-old does not like his social battery is, he wakes up with like 2 spoons, right? Like, and his social battery depletes very quickly. So we're always aware that maybe he's not going to go with us when we go somewhere, or if we go and he's there, then maybe we have to duck out sooner. So it could be annoying to the people in the house sometimes, but they're always there for each other no matter what.
Yeah.
And, you know, we always told them, like, you know, brothers are forever, you know, and you don't have to like each other all the time, because you're not going to.
Yeah.
But we do need to be sensitive to what the other one is going through. And sometimes it's hard because what they're experiencing is so overwhelming for them that it's hard for them to be able to deal with that, let alone process what someone else might be going through in the moment too. So it is a lot of talking and repetition.
Yeah.
And I started out, my beard was like red and I had a whole head of hair. And this is 24 years into the journey.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Yeah. So we'll talk a little bit about preparing your children for adulthood. how do you balance encouraging the independence with providing the necessary support as your children transition into adulthood?
Oh boy. So here's the thing about that. I have made so many mistakes over the years. I spent a long time raising my kids' diagnosis more than raising them as kids, because I was so and they've been through a lot in their lives, right? And traumas and things like that. And so every instinct that I had was to make sure that life was as easy for them as it possibly could, because everyday life was going to be harder for them. And I wanted to level the playing field. But what I inadvertently did was obliterate any obstacles on the playing field. Never let them fall. I was always there to catch them. I made a lot of excuses for behaviors. I'm like, oh, he's autistic. He didn't, he doesn't have any control over this, or he's impulsive. And so I would just kind of like not pick that battle, or I would address it, but not address it in a way where it really served a purpose. You know what I mean? And what happens is at some point it clicked with me that, oh, like they're still kids. Like, sure, they're autistic, but there's a lot of what they're doing that is just dumb kid stuff. That I need to like make stop. I can't do this stuff, guys. And it was actually parents of neurotypical kids who helped me to realize that. And I used to think like I could never learn anything from them, because it's like, you guys don't know what my life is like. But the reality is our kids are still kids. Like, you have ADHD or autism, but you're still a person. And there's still inherently human behaviors that we have. And those human behaviors, sometimes are bad decisions or whatever, and we should be held accountable. And we need to learn that there are consequences for what we think, say, and do. And I didn't do that with my kids until they were much older. And so, you know, the best advice that I have for transitioning kids into adulthood is when they are born, assume that kid is going to grow up to be an adult, and assume that someday they're going to have to exist on this planet without you there. And use every moment that you can, every opportunity to help prepare them for that. Because whether, and this is true whether they have a diagnosis or not, it's even more so if they have a diagnosis. And I don't mean like rob them of childhood or rush them to grow up, but like allow them to fall so they can pick themselves back up. Allow them to make mistakes so that they can learn from them. And you're there to guide them through that so that they learn how to do this stuff. Give them, test some of the bounds of autonomy or independence for them, and like my oldest, especially, he was diagnosed with childhood disintegrative disorder. So he developed, typically, it was actually advanced, hit all his milestones early. And then around 4.5, it was like we put in bed, one kid, he woke up, just total global regression. And so it's been a ebb and flow of like lots of stuff for 20 years. And between that and like his complicated health and fragile health stuff, like it was like I was way overprotective. It wasn't until COVID hit here in the States, and he's immunocompromised, and so we had to lock down in our house for 15 months. There was no contact with anybody from the outside. It was just me and my 3 kids, and then maybe some video calls like this. And we had lots of time. And what I learned was, I started kind of stepping back a little bit, and it's like, okay, we've got all day of nothing to do. Why don't we learn how to make mac and cheese, or, learn how to bake, or let's practice doing some of this stuff, because it just started to make sense to me, and it should have made sense a lot earlier, but that's just, you get caught up in everything, you're one person and whatever. But what I found was like, when I allowed him specifically to do these things, it's like he could actually do that. I mean, it's not perfect, and we got to like remember, turn the stove off when you're done. Make sure there's nothing on the stove when you light the burner, or make sure the oven's empty before you turn it on. There's things like that that have to remind him about. But he went from being mostly dependent on me for everything, set up to where I thought he was going to be living on his own, or I'm sorry, with me for the rest of my life, and I'd have to worry about plans afterwards, to he moved out 3 months ago. He's had a job now for over a year. He's got friends. He's navigating his own life. He's performing his own medical procedures that he has to do for his like treatments and stuff. And he's living with friends. And the more that I stepped back, the more that it allowed him
Mm-hmm.
to step up. It's really hard to do that,
Yeah.
especially when you haven't for so long. But I think the earlier that we do that,
Yeah.
and you can do it little by little by little, and it's not like that baptism by fire thing, like we kind of had to do it the last minute. So, you know, I learned that lesson. And so I started earlier with my other two, you know, and you guys want to walk to the store. I'm super uncomfortable with it, but you know what? You're very capable of walking to the store.
Yeah.
Staying home by themselves, things like that I would never have done before because I just was always too worried about everything.
Yes.
They're very independent now. And my two youngest will need, I mean, they're not going to need any accommodations or anything. Well, maybe some accommodations, but nothing significant. I mean, they'll get an apartment or do whatever they're going to do.
Yeah.
And the earlier that I help them start planning for that, the easier and smoother that transition is going to be. So just assume you're watching your kids, the moment they're born, assume that they're going to become an adult, right? Human kids become human adults, and use all that time you have little by little to help them prepare. You know? And just because your kid has a diagnosis doesn't mean that they're not accountable for the things that they do.
Yeah.
You know, because society's not going to care. And you're not always going to be there to explain away behavior. So we have to protect them.
Yes.
And help them to not change who they are, but just learn how to interact with the world in a way that keeps them safe.
Yes. Yeah. Adapt to the world as they are. Yeah, definitely. So I'm not sure how much more time we have here, but I will ask one more question. What does building your village mean to you, and how do you go about creating a support system for your family?
Ooh, that's a good question. So, well, building your village, I think, can be different for everybody, right? Because the people in your village can be different from person to person, family to family. But for me, when I first started out, when my oldest was diagnosed, there wasn't a lot of discussion about things like autism. And we just didn't talk about it. So the idea of like support groups or like connecting with people who understood just didn't exist. And so, you know, my village consisted of speech therapists, occupational therapists, you know, neurodevelopmental psychologists, like all of these medical things, and like my family and things like that. But I ended up not having the ability to build a network of like friends or connecting with people at the time because it didn't exist. And so I built my own, and I decided that I would try and create what I needed back then for the people who were coming behind me. And that became a huge part of my village, like unknowingly. I didn't realize that it would turn into that, but it has become a huge part of my village. And so like my village now can span over the globe, and people from all different cultures and experiences, all raising kids with, you know, disabilities, and being able to relate on a very fundamental level, which is, I think, what a lot of people need. Because like we don't necessarily need people to tell us what to do.
No,
we need people to listen without judgment.
Yeah.
And to be able to just say, we just had a colossal meltdown for the last 3 hours, and like, I'm done. And they're like, I get it, you know, and you don't have to explain it or justify it, like, because there is such power and comfort in that, and in validation. And I think it's so important to help with even the emotional load that we can experience as parents, to have people who can relate. And even if they can't relate, like specifically, they're willing to learn, they're willing to listen without trying to fix everything, because there's nothing that needs fixed, but we have to be able to process things and do so in a way that allows us to keep moving forward without being bogged down by everything. Because I envisioned it like like the sandpiper, those birds that run along the like the seashore, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like in Africa or something where the salt content's really high. So like sometimes they like get these like balls of like salt around their legs that prevent them eventually from flying and swimming and being able to feed themselves and whatever. And then they end up dying. And I kind of felt like that's what was happening to me. And, you know, being able to write and to help other people allowed me to process my life in a way that stuff didn't collect and weigh me down.
Yep.
And that became part of my village. You know, people I don't even know that I've never met in real life have been a huge part of my village. But I think it just comes down to connecting with people who get it, who support you, who don't judge, who accept, who get on board. They don't have to understand why it needs to be done this way. And they might ask you questions, but not to question you, just so that they better understand.
Yeah.
Those are the people that you need to surround yourself with, because life is hard enough. And I get questions from parents all the time. Like, I don't have, this person's not on board. They're constantly questioning, they're constantly judging, they're constantly this, that. And you only have so much bandwidth a day, right? So surround yourself with the people who are going to support you, whether they agree with you or not, are willing to learn. And there's nothing wrong with like speaking up if they are concerned about something, but doing so in a way that, like, not in front of the kids, kind of thing. You know, like my parents would question me sometimes because they just wanted to understand, but they would never do it in the moment. They would always pull me aside afterwards and like, help us understand this.
Yeah.
You know, and that to me is so important, because it shows me that I have people in my corner who want to learn and want to support me. And if they don't agree with something in the moment, or they don't understand, they're still going to support me in the moment, and then they'll want to learn more afterwards. So surround yourself with people that are going to help build you up, not tear you down.
Yeah, for sure. And there's something so powerful about that connection with other people. And I think that's something really positive that's come out of this digital age that we have, that we can make those connections with people all over the world. That,
because it's hard in real life.
It is. It's really hard, especially when you do have neurodivergent children, because sometimes you are trapped. You're trapped in your house. You're trapped in your you know, kids' routines, and you just can't get out of that headspace to be able to make those connections. And being able to do it in the virtual space is a lot more powerful.
And even having a conversation with another neurodivergent person, which I mean, I had, and I'm sure I've talked to a lot of neurodivergent people who just didn't know they were neurodivergent, right? But there's something different about having this conversation with you versus having this conversation with somebody who is just reading questions.
Yes.
And not have that lived experience where they're like, oh, I know what that was like. Oh, I could totally relate to that.
Yeah.
You know, there's something really powerful in that. And it just helps us to feel more connected and less alone. And that's really important.
For sure. That was great. Thank you so much, Rob, for talking with us and for sharing your story. It is really, really great to talk to someone, fellow parent who is neurodivergent, dealing with the same issues that I'm sure a lot of our community are also kind of fielding. We do have a lot more questions here. So what I will do is I will put, maybe we'll put the questions in the chat, or if you want to answer some of the questions later, we can put that to you, and we can send out the questions after the conference so that we kind of have a little bit more input for our parents in our audience.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, well, thank you. This was a great conversation. The time flew by. I don't even realize. And I think this is a really important conversation, and I think people are going to benefit from it. So thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Rob. And it was really great to have that conversation with you. We're going to pop into the Q&A now. We have some pre-recorded questions, but we'll also be taking some in the chat, and we'll get to those. So first, I'm gonna kind of go off the parenting path and focus a little bit more on the neurodivergence as a parent. So what are some of the things that you find helpful as a parent to care for yourself, and, you know, to take that time out to do those things that you need to do to get back to your level where you can focus on your kids?
Well, I don't know that there's any like one thing, if that makes sense, because it feels like it's always evolving. And for the longest time, I never prioritized myself. To be honest, the biggest form of self-care I probably had over the last 25 5 years was the Autism Dad stuff. Because when I first went through this whole diagnostic process with my kids, there, back in like 2004 or 5, when my oldest was diagnosed, there weren't resources out there. And I found that, becoming that resource for the people and being able to use my experience to help others navigate theirs was hugely therapeutic for me. And that really helped me to kind of process like life and everything in a way that was healthy. And then, now as I'm older and like farther into this journey, going to the gym, spending time with my girlfriend, like just telling my kids to leave me alone. I mean, they're old enough now, they can leave me alone.
Yeah.
And it's just recognizing that I matter too. And as weird and as uncomfortable as it feels to even like say that, my kids need the best version of me possible. And the only way that I can give them that is if I, put into myself. So the gym, spending out, time outside, the Autism Dad stuff, that like nurturing relationships in my life, things like that have been very, very helpful for me, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And this one sort of relates a little bit. Do you ever have to deal with small talk, or I suppose when it comes to your kids' hyperfixations or info dumping, and how do you navigate that?
Well, so I had one info dumper. And I used to lovingly refer to him as he would just narrate his life. And it was rough. Honestly, it was tough because like, I don't think, and there's people out there who won't understand because they're not, experiencing this firsthand, but they're, you can have someone who just talks endlessly every minute that they're awake. And whether it's about the same thing or it's something else, like it wears on you, and I mean, he never really wanted engagement. He just wanted to talk at me, which, and so like the self-preservation part of me learned to just sort of like tune him out after a while. And like, I would nod my head and, Gavin, that's great. I'm so happy that you're sharing this with me, kind of stuff. Yeah. That's what he needed. He didn't want to have a conversation about it. He just wanted to talk at me. And my other two, they never info dumped like that, but it can be overwhelming. And I used to set up times. I'd be like, look, dude, like and I'm very direct with my kids, especially him, because he needs that direct approach. Yeah. I'm like, man, like you've got to just stop talking. Like I am on overload. I can't even hear it right now. Like I just need you to like step back and maybe go talk in a mirror or go play a game or do something. And then we can like schedule time. And I would call them debriefings because he was like into like secret missions and stuff like that. So we would schedule debriefings every day, and he would have 15 minutes to just talk about whatever he needed to talk about and just dump whatever he wanted to on me. And that helped me to sort of manage it some. And then, I mean, the rest of the time when he would still do it anyways, I was able to kind of just listen sort of, and just sort of, and it's not being mean. It's not like, if he wanted to have a conversation with me, I was serving the role he needed me to serve, whilst preserving my sanity, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And one thing I find with neurodivergent kids is that they understand your needs in a way that, someone looking in may not. So my kids know if they're info dumping on me, I am better if I'm, playing the Xbox or looking at my phone, because I can focus on them more than if I'm just sitting there losing my mind while they slowly info dump on me for 2 hours.
Oh yeah.
So,
I totally relate to that.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that nice little sort of understanding piece, especially when you have multiple neurodivergent children.
Yes.
Okay, let's see here. So what advice would you give to parents who are just starting their journey after their child receives an autism diagnosis?
Okay, so this is kind of a big thing for me lately, and I have decided to die on this hill. I think one of the biggest challenges and one of the biggest problems, I think, with the way that we not diagnose kids, but the way that we approach this and kind of send parents off is we sit them down in this office and you have just a short amount of time to go over everything. And then you get this big, long list of things that your kid is like never going to do or isn't doing or not doing well enough and all of that stuff. And then you get all these labels and it's overwhelming. You feel like your whole world implodes. Like Mike went through 3 of them. I cried every time because it was just like, I didn't know, especially with my oldest, I had no idea what autism was back then. And it's still emotional. But like what we have to remember is that like going over all those deficits, like it sucks to hear that. And it can be whatever, but you got to remember, like in order to measure progress going forward, we have to have a baseline. And so I always tell parents, like, look at that wherever they are right now is like a snapshot in time. And it's how you measure progress going forward. This is not a predictor of the future. Just because your kid isn't doing something today doesn't mean they're not going to do it tomorrow or in a year from now or whatever. And then if we're hung up on the label side of things, like here in the States, and essentially like the only real purpose for labels here is insurance, right? I mean, it's so that we can not only match a need with a resource, but also get it paid for, right? And you know, the kid coming out of that diagnosis with that label is still the same kid that walked through the door, you know, however long ago that was. It just provides context and it allows us to better navigate the healthcare system, really. But we don't do that. Like, so parents, their whole world implodes in that moment and they're emotionally vulnerable and we kind of send them on their way. Here's a list of like, you know, OT and PT and things like that. And there's no one who is actively really helping to just make sure before they leave that they know like it's going to be okay. And they don't do that. Or parents get shamed for grieving or feeling emotional about things. And it's not about, like we're human and we're going to all feel stuff. Right. And like when I would be upset when my kids were diagnosed, I wasn't upset because my kid was autistic. I was upset about what I thought it would mean for them. And I was upset about, or I was emotional about, you know, what I thought it would mean for me. I mean, because I'm human and I still have to try and take care of everybody and not lose myself in the process. And I think that those emotions are very normal. And I think it's, we are allowed to feel whatever we feel. We just don't want to get stuck there. Right. And, you know, it's all part of this human process. Like me, my kids drive me nuts. they do. And they're allowed to, and that's okay. Just because they're autistic doesn't mean that they don't drive me crazy or know how to push my buttons or manipulate me and whatever. In fact, they're actually gifted in that way. And the whole point is, probably the biggest piece of advice that I have for you is to allow yourself to experience whatever you need to experience. Don't allow what anybody else is saying or they're telling you can't feel this because it means this, or you can't do this because it means that. Like, they're not in your shoes. You know, they don't know what your motives are or what you're feeling. And shaming people for experiencing things is just, it's just bad form. It's unproductive and it's hurtful and it's not bridging gaps, it's creating them. So feel what you feel, but then move on, right? Like find the joy in areas that you maybe didn't think you'd find joy. I mean, and then experience it and be open and build your village and do all of those things, but just allow yourself to go through that process and then move on. Because otherwise, you know, if we go into this already feeling guilty about whatever, that just makes it harder to navigate down the road. And you know, we're all human.
For sure.
That's sort of my rambled response.
Have you found any specific resources like books or videos or groups or anything that have helped with navigating any specific issues or any, you know, specific aspects of raising autistic children?
Honestly, probably not. Only because, like, you know, when I first started out, I mean, there wasn't anything. That was a huge problem. There weren't support groups. There weren't, especially with like my oldest, because he experienced like massive regression. So he was kind of a whole different category, and there was no support group that fit that. Right. And I just think that, you know, for me, I ended up creating my own resources and then became a resource, which ended up like people help me. I feel like they help me more often than I help them. And, you know, being able to share my journey and know that I'm turning into something positive like is really helpful. And you know, the amount of people that I've connected with over the last 15 or 20 years of doing this it's an amazing village, and it's full of resources. And you know, I learned to you know, not be afraid to listen to autistic voices and hear what they have to say. Doesn't mean that they're going to be right about my kid, but it's a different way of looking at it, and it's insight that might help me to better navigate a situation. And there's plenty of times where they were like spot on, and I'm just like, thank God, like, because I had no idea. You know, and it sometimes takes that lived experience to help you better understand, you know, what your kids are going through. So be open to that kind of stuff. And I think I tend to avoid groups that are very polarizing and tell you there's only one way to do something, because I think that's not helpful for anyone. But just find people who allow you to be you and allow your kids to be them, and you're allowed to ask questions, and you're treated with respect, and there's people there to help build you up and that kind of stuff. And for me, those are the resources that were always the most beneficial, was talking to other parents. And my kids were in therapies, and we have like children's hospitals and stuff like that, but those could have been replaced with anybody. Really, you know, the real meaningful connections and the meaningful resources that helped me find strength to pick up and move on were connecting with other people who knew what I was going through and like understood that on a really basic level. So
yes, and it's hard to find those people who aren't polarizing, who can have that open mind, where, you know, especially when it comes to parenting, because when people have opinions on parenting, those opinions are sometimes excruciatingly strong, and there's no room for any navigation, especially when you are dealing with some neurodivergent individuals. So it's so hard. And if I'm a parent of 3 neurodivergent kids, and they're all different. So, you know, again, what works for one of them might not work for another one. So,
or it might not even work the next day.
No,
right?
and
Like,
exactly.
There's so many like one-time fixes for things, and I'm thinking like, I got it figured out, and then the next day they're like, "What are you doing?" Like, it doesn't even work. And I just add too, if that's okay. Like, I think there is, I've been doing this for a long time. And one of the biggest concerns that I have, the things that I really find are frustrating for both parents and like autistic people, I think that we forget that everyone's lived experience is different than our own. And, you know, it's easy to kind of build up all the positive things and whatever, but all we can really do is speak to our own experience. We can't speak for everybody else. And we end up invalidating other people's experiences because we're either trying to be too positive or we're trying to whatever, but it's great but just remember that you're sharing your personal experience. And there's going to be plenty of other people who maybe don't feel the same way. They have the same diagnosis, but they're impacted in a different way, or they're experiencing it in a different way. And we need to allow for that, because you know, I think having everybody fall under one umbrella is a huge injustice, because I think it makes it very difficult for society to understand. But like, if we don't understand ourselves, like when we live in this community and we have people tearing each other down and bickering over things that just don't, you know, I mean, 100%. How are we gonna truly help the world be more understanding and accepting and embracing and all of that stuff if we forget ourselves that just because my kid is doing really well doesn't mean that someone else's kid doesn't need extra help? And that's okay. It's still the same diagnosis, and allow for that to exist without it invalidating our own experience. Very frustrating. And it's something that is a huge problem in this community. And it's been consistently that way. So if you're just starting out, like, just be open-minded and remember that, you know, this is bigger than just you and your family. There's a whole group of people out there, and everybody's all these differences can help us better navigate it. Right. So just be nice. Be nice.
Well, one thing I try and tell people, you know, there's a difference between perspective and opinion. Everyone has a perspective, and everyone's perspective is, you know what, it's who they are. It's what's built them to this point. It's what, you know, what makes us who we are, and everyone's opinion is their own. And while we can respect each other's opinions, we have to value the perspective, and they don't have to be the same thing. But while we are, you know, breaking down people's perspectives with our own opinions, we are essentially destroying our own community. and defeating the purpose of everything that we're trying to do by, we're all working to the same thing. We all want to make everything better for ourselves, our children, and I mean, the whole country, right? We are all working for the same thing. So if we can differentiate between those two things, then we can work together to make this happen.
And I think what happens is people tend to become like they're threatened by this a little bit. We're like, if I were autistic, what I'm seeing is like a lot of people who might be autistic see someone else talking about like their kid's autism and how maybe they can't feed themselves or they can't speak or they need 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week care. And they're like, well, that's not me. That doesn't represent me. And no, it doesn't. And it shouldn't, because it's not you. No. But it doesn't mean it doesn't represent what that family or that person is living with. And that's where I think we hit all these stumbling blocks. And I just wish that we could remember that just because your experience is different than mine doesn't mean it's any less valid.
Yes.
And the sooner we can like just get on that scooter and ride it, like the easier life is going to be for like everybody, because then all the tension goes away and there's not tension between different groups inside of this community, and we can just all learn from each other and work together. And hopefully someday we're getting there.
Someday
we're still
dream.
growing up.
It's why we're here, right?
And all of that stuff. So
Well, thank you so much for hosting for us and for answering all these questions.
You're very welcome.
And we're going to take a short break before our last presentation of the day. Sensory support kits by Autism Canada are designed to help individuals on the autism spectrum manage stress and sensory overload. Packed with calming, tactile items, this kit is perfect for self-regulating in emotional or challenging situations. Each kit includes essentials like a plush friend, cozy blanket, noise-reducing earmuffs, fidget items, sunglasses, and more, all in a lightweight, reusable backpack. Order yours today at www.autismcanada.org.
Welcome back. We are now heading into our last presentation of the day, and we're going to hear from Alina Kislenko.
Alina Kislenko. Alina Kislenko is a registered psychotherapist specializing in ADHD and autism, as well as an assistant ADJ clinical professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Neuroscience at McMaster School of Medicine. In 2009, she founded the ADHD and Spectrum Center in Guelph, Ontario, when she was 22 due to her own recent diagnosis of ADHD and autism and the severe lack of relevant services in the area. She now has the privilege of supervising the talented psychotherapists, social workers, and coaches of the center while she travels internationally to do advocacy work towards increasing awareness around neurodiversity and creating affordable access to supports. Alina sees the neurodiversity of ADHDers and autistics as a huge strength and wouldn't trade her own unique brain for the world. She seeks to help others with these conditions thrive through understanding their own stealthy superpowers and how to use them for best results. Alina Kislenko. Alina Kislenko est psychothérapeute agréée, spécialisée dans le TDAH et l'autisme, ainsi que professeure adjoint clinique au département de psychiatrie et de neurosciences comportementales à l'École de médecine de l'Université McMaster. En 2009, à l'âge de 22 ans, elle a fondé le centre TDAH et Spectrum à Guelph, en Ontario, à la suite de ses propres diagnostics récents de TDAH et d'autisme, ainsi qu'un manque important de services pertinents dans la région. Aujourd'hui, elle a le privilège de superviser des psychothérapeutes, travailleurs, travailleuses socio-sociales et coachs talentueux, talentueuses du centre, tout en voyageant à l'international pour mener des actions de sensibilisation à la neurodiversité et pour favoriser l'accès abordable aux appuis. Alina aperçoit la neurodiversité des personnes TDAH et d'autisme comme une grande force et ne changerait son cerveau unique pour rien au monde. Elle cherche à aider les autres à s'épanouir en comprenant leurs propres super-pouvoirs discrets et en apprenant à les utiliser pour obtenir les meilleurs résultats.
Quick!
Seems like we're having just a technical snafu here. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Quick, everyone, come, quick, under my hat. It'll protect us all from the glaring sun so that we could talk about autism and intelligence, but also, as for every discussion about autism, sensory issues, and everything under the sun. Okay, so first of all, Kalimera, everyone. I'm in Corfu, Greece, an amazing, amazing place. Everyone here has been very, very kind. And we're going to talk a bit about intelligence because I just went to something called a polymath retreat, and it's something very connected to neurodivergence. There were many autistics there, and essentially polymathy is where you become very excited about many topics, and then you end up kind of an expert in many topics, and then you can kind of think in a cross fields amazing way, you know. So you can apply concepts from ecology and food science and to how to build a chair, you know, or concepts about how to build hats and how to make kumquats and make that into a rocket ship. You know, that's a bit of what polymathy is. And it got me thinking about, we should really talk more about autism and intelligence and many different forms it can take. So first of all, I'm Alina. I'm an assistant psychiatry and neuroscience professor, as well as a registered psychotherapist in Canada. And though I am traveling for the next while, and I'm autistic myself, as well as ADHD, as is a very common combo, right? ADHD. Anyway, and so my intelligence was always a big, confusing thing throughout my life. You know, a lot of growing up, people thought I was maybe kind of dumb, and it sucked, you know, and it was, you know, people couldn't figure out what my strengths were. And part of that is because gender really plays into the identification of intelligence, unfortunately. And so I was really good at psychology. You know, I loved psychology, and I loved being a human guinea pig and trying things out. I loved developing models and concepts. You know, I loved going through new experiences and connecting those experiences to other experiences. I loved helping my friends solve their problems, you know, all those kinds of things, and understanding, you know, different romantic relationships and how those worked, and giving my friends couples counseling, and nobody really cared, you know what I mean? So, because I wasn't, you know, strong right in the beginning at maths and sciences in a very clear way, right? And now I work as a prof at a medical school, right? So, assistant prof. So, you know, one can bypass all these things, but the key is we don't really recognize a lot of non-male centered intelligence, and, you know, connected to patriarchy. It impacts us all, you know, and it's bad for women, it's bad for men, it's bad for other genders, non-genders. It's just a limiting element, right? And I've seen this so much in women as well, that are just brilliant at a lot of things. Like, they can be brilliant at knitting, which takes a huge amount of math and spatial skills to do. I'm horrible at it. And then it'll be dismissed as, you know, not really a big skill. Or women who are spectacular at, like, canning things and making sure that food lasts a really long time and has the best flavors. And again, nobody really cares, you know. So, because again, it's just not seen as that important. Or nursing, how it's undervalued. Or teaching children, because again, these are more, you know, woman-dominated professions, or non-male-dominated professions anyway. So, so when we study intelligence, that's been a huge problem, because IQ tests are misogynistic. They're only like pro people, like white people. They're bad for people of color. They're, you know, they only consider one kind of intelligence, right? Like, in different countries within Africa, they have different traditions where they'll give knowledge through, you know, speaking, and the ability to remember auditorily is really valued. Although in Western society, kind of more visual learning and what you can read and take in is what's more valued, right? So none of these are actually more or less valuable. They're just diversity, and humans are so bad at diversity, and we see that so much in autism. You know, even here, I spent my morning, by the way, picking kumquats fresh from the tree, and they're not fully ripe. They're my favorite fruit, okay? I discovered them the last time I was in Greece. They smell like a combination of, I don't know, lemons and grapefruits and oranges and all the freshest things in the world. So right now they're green, right? And people usually are like, oh, green kumquats, who cares, right? But for me, I love them when they're still green. You know, it's such a raw, intense flavor. And then I also like them when they're orange. You know, they come at different times, they have different values, you know, and they make a really, really good juice when they're not fully ripe as well, right? So, and they kind of act like lemon in your dish when they're not fully ripe, if you do, you know, and so, but then we only really, here in Greece, they're really only mostly appreciated when they're orange. I mean, feel free to correct me, but that's what I've heard, you know, from people who are like, oh, they're still green, they're not relevant, but I find them delicious, and they smell, I just can't even explain how heavenly they smell, honestly. Ah, so good. Anyway, so a lot of, for me, the journey of finding my intelligence and what I'm good at has been so hard. And I've talked to so many, especially, you know, women and people, again, non-white men, and they found too, it's so hard to get diagnosed, which we've all probably experienced. Again, way harder for women and people of color, for example. And also, like, your background can also inform how you get diagnosed, which is so unfair. Okay, first of all, so, like, for example, they found in studies that boys with the same symptoms of ADHD, if it's like a black boy, he will be diagnosed as more oppositional defiance disorder, and a white boy would get ADHD, right? So we've got so much stigma and so many horrible stereotypes that also inform our diagnosis process. Anyway, so going into areas where I've seen, I've been trying to figure out, you know, what is intelligence, what is even genius? Because genius is so tied to autism, right? So a lot of clients I've worked with, eventually I'll be like, wow, they're just so good at something. And several of the clients I've had in my life, they're the best in the world at something, right? And also autistic. And then more and more as I study, the people who tend to be the best in the world tend to be more likely to be autistic or neurodivergent in some way, right? So let's think about the brain and why that happens. So one, I see the brain as neurotypical society is kind of more generalists, but I'd say not even generalists, they're more followers. They so quickly take in messages from each other and just quickly do what each other do. And honestly, that is brilliant for them because they have a lot of similar needs, right? They socialize in their own way. You know, it doesn't mean that their way is better. It's just they've taken over the planet, right? There's more of them than us. So they have their neurotypical way and we have our neurodivergent way of being and socializing, all the same things, which just, they're not really compatible ways. But in this world, we think our neurodivergent ways are bad sometimes because they're not the usual way. But anyway, the neurotypical people, they want similar things. So they can do a lot of mental shortcuts and heuristics and just follow each other and have a pretty great life, be pretty satisfied, use gender norms. It works for a lot of neurotypicals, but with neurodivergent people, we tend to be more likely to be different in every way. We're way more likely to be LGBTQ, as I am. We're way more likely to identify as trans. Actually, autistics are about 6 to 7 times more likely to identify as trans, okay? So we're already there, sexuality, gender, it's all just totally different for us a lot of the time. And so obviously intelligence is going to work differently for our group as well. And so, for example, something I've studied for a while is genius and what it looks like. And so there's a couple different forms of how genius comes. So there is genius where you're really, really good at like one thing, just spectacular. You focus on it, and a lot of big PhDs and scientists and, people who've made huge breakthroughs are these specialist geniuses. And a lot of those, again, are autistic. And it feels sometimes like where you're going with the brain is like from the generalist, more neurotypical brain, then you get a bit more specialized. That to me looks like ADHD. So now we find something fascinating every 3 weeks. We're just like, oh my God, this is my whole purpose of life is to learn the history of candle making and then to, make my own shelf for my garage and then to, learn how to, pick mushrooms in the forest, like 3 mushrooms because they're not poisonous, et cetera, right? And then I think the brain gets even more specialized and you end up with autism where it's like orchids, it's a very specialized environment for them to grow. And then they grow in beautiful, unique forms, right? And so the more, I think, specialized the brain, the more specific the environment needs to be, the more sensory issues we have, the more allergies we really notice in our body, the more problems that we have day to day with the texture of our clothes and that itchy tag and that weird facial expression that person made and the sound of clicking near us, and all of that bothers us because our brain is so specialized to really take in a huge amount of patterns around one thing, and that creates your typical genius experience. A lot of autistics will just be obsessed with like a few things their entire life, and the world is lucky to have those people. And then I found there's another type which is more splinter skills. So it's something like splinter skill genius. So there's a lot of like they're maybe not as good at some things, but then they can do something the brain they can't even tell their brain is doing. So for example, you drop a bunch of matchsticks and then all of a sudden you can count, that person will just know, or that person will just know how many people are around wearing hats, or they'll just know, exactly how many fruits are in that fruit tree just glancing at it, or they'll just know exactly what to do with an animal and how to heal it perfectly, with no problem, or et cetera, just like kind of one skill, but in other areas, not so much, a sense of, they tend to need a lot more supports and that kind of thing. And then there's the polymaths. That's what I've been working in for a while now. And there's a lot of people there in polymathy with ADHD and autism, or more ADHD, more autism. But it's very cool. It's kind of more where this person goes around, takes in a huge amount of patterns throughout, of what they see in the world, and then start to make cross specialization conclusions, right? So for example, Oppenheimer was likely a polymath. He was able to gather lots of different more specialists and have them focus together on something. Unfortunately, a horrible project, which was a bomb. But it was an example of like he was able to manage a lot of them. Or another quite brilliant person, Feynman. Feynman didn't score very high in IQ, but made a lot of brilliant breakthroughs, and many geniuses and high intelligence people think he was like the bomb. in every way, because he was just so could take ideas from different cultures and worked with these different specialists and founded all these amazing theories like about learning and all sorts of things. And but his IQ wasn't that high, right? So IQ is very inadequate, especially when you come to non-white males. So that's very important to consider. And so, and often a lot of, because I've been focusing on polymaths for a little while, I can talk about that because I just came from a retreat that I created, and we had 8 polymaths there, and we had experts in so many things. We had medical doctors, and we had people who worked with CEOs and restructuring companies at a high level, and we had the first person who'd done her PhD in polymathy was there to speak on that and did an amazing job running it. And then we also had people very into economic theories and people who've been traveling the world for years, building an app, and a lot of people doing really, really cool things, and obviously me there. So, and having us all together, it was just a fusion of all of us being like, hey, we don't really fit well into groups of people, but we've been in every group, so we'll all talk about like our experiences, I don't know, in a very elite hat making group in the Himalayas, or staying in a retreat in the Philippines studying cults. Or we'll talk about just this diverse range of human experience. And we were able to learn so much from each other. And a lot of us are connected in different ways. Like I'm connected to judges and people doing some work on changing psychopathy policy in America. And others are connected to, people who had a lot of money and could make change. And, and it was really cool. Like, and we created these ideas together and then took them out in the world. And I think they're going to possibly have a chance of making an impact. A lot of us have big platforms and stuff like that for different things that could help. And actually researchers found that some of the best ways to help the world is not just go make your own not-for-profit and go help, I don't know, some orphanage somewhere. No, there's enough people locally in the world in places that have, a lot of issues that are already solving it. There's a lot of brilliant people in those countries doing a great job solving things. But what's needed the most is actually intercommunication between all those individuals acting on this change that they're trying to create, So, for example, they found like the most useful thing that one can do abroad in areas of poverty is just find the people already doing the thing, give them resources, and connect them to each other. That's it. Don't create your own thing. Just create a connection between everyone, and that will end up healing the world the fastest and leading to the biggest change locally and is most sustainable, right? Because it's using people in those areas to fix the problems in those areas, helping them they already want to do it, getting the education, getting the resources, finding each other, essentially, right? So essentially that's what the polymath brand of kind of genius or intelligence does. It just creates interconnection between a bunch of things that aren't connected, a bunch of agencies that aren't talking, and a bunch of fields. And it can make a really big difference. And again, most of those people are neurodivergent, and a lot of their life, they themselves didn't really know what they were good at either. A lot of polymaths end up just wandering the world trying to figure out what group they're perfectly a part of, and they find out they're not really part of any group. And that's actually something very autistic. Autistics, I think, tend to break hierarchies. So social hierarchies, this person's been working at the workplace the longest, we need to respect them the most. But an autistic will be like, okay, but they're not using modern practices, they're just stuck in old practices. Do we have to listen to them? And then that autistic, will get in trouble because, that's not, you're breaking the hierarchy. You're not, playing the game. And so we're always, so many autistics are just wandering, being like, where do I belong? And sometimes we'll find each other, and sometimes we'll find that special interest, and that's the thing that connects us, and we find our people, and oh my God, the thriving there is spectacular. But some of us in any group will never even belong. Even a bunch of polymaths together can only be together for a little while before there's a bunch of interpersonal things and stuff that comes up, because we're all used to kind of creating all these theories and learning to respect and learn everybody else's theories, and maybe they're wrong in some area, and maybe we're wrong in some area, can eventually create, some difficulties. But I've been studying the culture of polymathy for a while. And yeah, so that's just a cool thing that happened with our retreat, which is like we came together, had amazing ideas, a lot of people with a lot of influence, and then, but we couldn't be around to each other for too long, and then, you know, off we go on to our next project, you know, and, you know, one person's allergic to this, and another person can't be at this part of the restaurant, another person needs this, and it was amazing. It was, we could all talk about it, and it was all very familiar. But at the end of the day, sometimes our differences are so different that then we have to break away from that group too, even, and go off into the world. And so I guess just a lot of autistics that I've worked with, and myself and a lot of my friends, they found that sometimes they can find that perfect group, and many of them just can't, you know, and because every group has its own norms and hierarchies, and that can be very offensive and get in the way of how our minds think and create and do, and can be very troubling for us. So I guess for you, if you're wandering, you know, in the world, trying to figure out, you know, what is the right group for you, you know, is it you know, is it soccer people? Is it rock climbing? Is it violin? Is it psychology? Is it animal husbandry? You know, but you get there and you go, oh shoot, I like these parts of it, but I don't like the norms, and I don't like the things that group hates. I don't want to hate that. I don't like their inside jokes, you know? And then you go to another group and you get a little bit from that, and you also realize, okay, but I can't stay here too long, or it starts to limit your ability to think. That's okay. That's a whole other way of being, a more polymathic way. So, and that can contribute hugely to the world. Like feel free to look up famous polymaths. So Da Vinci would be one of them, you know, and also Da Vinci was just questioning everything all the time, like breaking every system he was around, you know, causing a lot of problems. And that's a lot of what life is like for us. And Da Vinci was likely neurodivergent, probably ADHD and autistic, ADHD essentially himself. So society tends to label these things as, oh, you're not committing, you're not doing one thing. But if you are the type of polymathic, autistic, and a multi-potentialite, essentially, maybe that's not your path. Maybe you need multiple careers and hobbies, and all at the same time need to be doing something really exciting in your personal life that's new and you can learn from, and something, you know, spending a little bit of time at one company, and also running your own business, and also, you know, teaching the bagpipe, and also, you know, doing a breeding program for geckos, right? That can be our very fulfilling life, and it does. Neurotypical people will not maybe be so satisfied, but it's about finding your way. Or if you are you know, that kind of very, very intense specialist, you know, figuring out how can you make that environment where you could just study, you know, bears of the Arctic region, you know, with only 4 toes, and you know, a short tail, and, you know, long incisors in their teeth or whatever. Like, figure out what is the perfect environment. You need to study that thing all the time, and know that that's just how we work. We have to be in our world of hyper focus as much as possible, and often a lot of normal stuff just doesn't apply to our lives, nor should it. And figuring out that environment, because I know for me, I did that about 10 years ago. I realized, oh my gosh, I can't work a normal job. Like, I don't know what mood I'm going to be in when I wake up in the morning. I don't know what I'll need. And some days it's just like literal torture doing the most basic things. And some days it's the easiest thing. And I don't know which me will show up. You know what I mean? And so, you know, studying this and helping people with it and having it myself for so many years, I've really learned that I need a very complex life that almost every couple months needs to be able to change quite dramatically for me to stay in the best place in myself, so I don't start getting sick or depressed. And I also need a lot of therapy. You know, I need to have re-embrace a lot of the emotions that were broken for me as a child, because a lot of autistics also, by the way, feel our emotions in very complex ways. Like, you know, a neurotypical might say, oh, I'm sad, but an autistic might say, I'm feeling purple, or might have a stomach ache, and that's them trying to communicate an emotion, right? They might only want to be around something pink. They might only want to wear one item of clothing. Like, that can be very indicative of a certain emotional data signal. And emotions are amazing. In fact, neurodivergent people tend to feel emotions so much stronger. Our amygdalas have a lot more going on average. And neurodivergent people, so we and autistics, we're very emotional, but at young ages those are cut off because our emotions are so inconvenient to others. But the seat of our intelligence often lies in these emotions, because emotions are just data from your subconscious to your stupid conscious brain that's way less capable than your subconscious. So your subconscious is always taking in patterns, a pattern machine. And what are autistics? We're pattern machines, right? So we'll go to a place and our conscious mind will take in, okay, you know, I'm sitting with someone, I ate this food, we talked about, you know, maybe a couple things you'll remember. But your subconscious will remember exactly how many tiles were on the ceiling. They'll remember how many people were in the restaurant, little bits of all those conversations. You know, they'll remember the exact eye color of that dog in the corner, you know. They'll remember everything. And so that data only comes to us through our subconscious, to our conscious mind, through these emotions. And these emotions that can come to us in so many different ways, through colors, through synesthesia, through taste, through how we feel about a regular thing in our lives, through an urge to jump or run or move or stim, right? All of that's a stim. But essentially, you know, a lot of it to just move in different ways and make sounds. And that could be our emotions coming up to give us really important data. For example, like maybe from the restaurant you were at, your emotions all of a sudden feel dread going back to that restaurant. Your conscious mind has no idea why, there's no reason. But your subconscious noticed that there's actually something unsafe in the wiring and that it's a fire risk, you know, and then that place, you know, is just not safe anymore. And your subconscious knows, but your conscious doesn't, right? That lives in our emotions. That's data we got from our emotions. But also in patriarchy, we're taught emotions are bad. You know, very few emotions are available to any gender or non-gendered person. You know, like women are allowed to feel more sad and happy and a little more whimsical and confused, and men are allowed to feel like angry and frustrated and, you know, hard done by and kind of chill and aloof. And, you know, it's very limiting, right? And how do we have space for all those autistic emotions to come and feed our brilliance so we can make breakthroughs in the world or our world and realize what we need and who we are and all the millions of ways that one can live, you know, and that we don't need to be living the way everybody else is, and the brilliance that is found within that and the new ideas that come from a completely different life, right? So how do we find that without access to all of our emotions? So the biggest thing I'd like to suggest, and something I've really seen working with neurodivergent people for the last 17 years at the ADHD and Spectrum Center in Ontario, where like we only hire neurodivergent therapists and staff and that kind of thing. So everyone there, we talk about this stuff all day long. What is the culture? What do we need to thrive, you know, and be our best selves? And one of the biggest thing is open your emotions, get to know your emotions, figure out the autistic way they need to exist. And that is the seat of your brilliance, and heal that trauma if you can. I know it's not easy, but as you work on opening emotions, you will be healing that trauma in any way you can, right? Through support groups, through therapy, through, you know, talks with good friends, through running experiments on yourself. If you're like, every time you're around something, it makes you feel a certain thing, go do it on purpose at a time in your life where you have a bit of space to feel that thing. You know, make the space in your life to feel something. Sometimes traveling alone can do a lot of that for you. Because I've noticed a lot of, like when I travel for a long time, the people I meet who are traveling, they often end up doing so much work on their trauma and so much work on their emotions because there's nobody to tell them to put it away. And every day can look a little more like something that they can design. And so sometimes just that freedom and time and space can do it, you know. But often other people need other things, you know. But try to find your thing. Sometimes it's a lot of time in nature, but whatever it is, make the highest priority, get to know your emotions, get to know your needs, get to know your boundaries. You know, get rid of the people in your life, if you can, who are telling you to shut those things down. And then that is the seat of the intelligence, the power, the change that the world so badly needs, and needs that leadership and guidance that comes from autistics who aren't trapped in the old ways of doing things. I hope this was a good talk. Thank you for joining me here in Corfu, Greece, and for smelling these with me and sitting under the hat and talking about all the things that make us us and how there might be a lot more to us than what a neurotypical world has allowed us to be. Good luck.
Thank you, Alina, for your presentation. I really appreciate that. So we're going to go ahead and start the Q&A. We have a few pre-selected or pre-submitted questions. And then we're going to, if we have time, we'll jump into some of the questions from the Q&A. Otherwise, you'll be emailed everything and you guys can read the responses after the conference. So, all right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello.
Oh, there we go. All right. How you doing?
Good. I loved seeing all of the messages in the chat during the video. Thank you for your kind words, everyone.
Okay, so well, let's go with the first question. Does polymath have any connection to special interests?
So polymathy specifically, yes, definitely. So polymathy is a bit of almost more of a way of thinking and a way of
Okay.
using your passions. So it's like there's a lot of differences. You go quite deep into a field for a while, develop some level of expertise, and then take that knowledge and bring it into another field that's not related and build a bunch of knowledge in that, and then another field. So just for people who are really voracious learners, eventually, especially creating some outcomes in those different areas, can make a person get more and more polymathic. And again, most polymaths are neurodivergent in the first place.
Okay. How can family members, educators, and employers help to support and encourage the strengths and interests of autistic individuals, particularly those with high intellectual or polymathic potential?
Yes. Okay. Oh my gosh, there's so many ways to support. First of all, being really flexible in how we create output. So, for example, making clear goals like, okay, we would like, I don't know, this room cleaned today, or we'd like this presentation made, by Tuesday, and say all that, like, these are what are needed. There's like three things I really care about, and then let them have a lot of flexibility in every other thing. And also don't get annoyed by questions. They might ask, oh, like, is this good or is that good? Or like just questions that don't seem related are often something more polymathic people and more like geniuses or whatnot in autism can have so many questions that need to be asked to gather all the data. And if we're shut down by people going, that's not related, stop it, that really stunts us from being able to share and learn and give that to others. Also, a real curiosity and interest in our emotional states and trying to help us with those. So, for example, if we're like, hey, the light in this office is flickering all the time and I hate it, I can't work like this. Can you help me? Like, be quick to be like, yeah, definitely. And I'm so glad you brought it up. And then you'll get such amazing output from these kinds of people. So, just really caring about subtle things that seem like wants a lot of the times for autistics can be really hardcore needs, right? So those are really important things. And not pushing gender norms or like life norms on people, instead figuring out like what are their goals? Who do they want to be like the next 6 months or the next couple months? What are they working on? What's important to them? And then know that that's going to update as they grow and change, possibly very quickly.
Very cool. Thank you. How does routine or structured environments impact learning and performance for autistic individuals with intellectual strengths? Is it a help or a hindrance?
Can you say the first part again? I was
Yeah,
multitasking by looking at the chat and then
that's okay. You ready? How does routine or structured environments impact learning and performance for autistic individuals with intellectual strengths? Is it a help or a hindrance?
So it cycles, it also depends on how much ADHD is in there. So if it's like just autism, routines are really good, especially if that person has a lot of say as to how they want their routines and can tweak it really often and make just the perfect routines, can give a lot of autistics like that really safe, great feeling. But if there's any ADHD in there, and it's ADHD and autism, then that ADHD part absolutely abhors routines. So often there needs to be a cycling. They'll usually go through like a period of like high routines where they really need to do routines, and then just complete spontaneity, where there's a huge amount of learning that happens in times of spontaneity. So and also in routine. In routine, you're almost like learning more about yourself. In spontaneity, you're learning more about the world by just like booping it on the nose a lot and annoying it, and and it's a real time of learning. Yeah.
All right. This is a good one. How do you think we could make more space for neurodivergent practitioners to provide support for other neurodivergents?
Well, we need to know that neurodivergent practitioners are not going to function like by themselves perfectly. Like that's such a thing we had to embrace when we just work with neurodivergent staff, because they're coming with so much trauma and so many needs. And so essentially we just had to get in the mindset like they're also they're just essentially our clients. And then once they're healthy enough, they go out and have their own clients, you know? So it's kind of like you just have to nurture them so much more. And it's so rewarding at the end because they'll ask a million questions and do everything to make it their own. And then they're just so amazing. And they all have their own unique way of talking to people and connecting to people that we can't teach that. Like that's their own. So it's like they're a diamond. We just need to shine that a lot. And then they're off like helping others. And we work really hard to then manage their mental health and support them in that, and accommodations and things, and have a really flexible schedule. So once in a while you might see like our therapists like might have to take time off without as much notice, maybe because we're like, that's okay, you can't help others if you're not okay, right? So then our clients have to be kind of aware that that can happen sometimes. So just we've made a really neurodivergent friendly environment, and it's takes a lot of resources to do, but is incredibly rewarding.
Do you think it benefits neurodivergent kids to see a neurodivergent provider? Does that make sense?
Yes. Like, so the problem is like, so the reason I started the ADHD and Spectrum Center and only like hired on therapists that are also neurodivergent is because I saw a lot of therapists that were neurotypical and they had the best intentions. I mean, some of them didn't know anything about neurodivergence, and even the ones that did, like, there was just so much when it's not a lived experience, and there's so much stigma and myths in the world. And if you yourself don't have it and aren't super passionate about like really always updating yourself on the new science and the new things that are actually myths and all these like this ableism in society, then unfortunately you're unintentionally often going to pass it on and traumatize those clients. And we've seen that so much where people have come from like really well-intentioned non-neurodivergent therapists, and then we've had to do trauma work on that process, you know? So it's similar to like if someone's coming in for like racism based issues, like a white person's just not going to be that helpful and can be really harmful. So it's like when there's a culture taking on a lot of damage from the world, like often it helps to have people who understand that and live it every day.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's really difficult for people, even just as a parent. Like I didn't find out I had ADHD until about 2 years ago, but I have 3 autistic kids and 2 of them have ADHD. And I mean, I didn't recognize anything in myself until recently, but like, it's really hard to truly like relate to my kids sometimes, like walking in their shoes kind of relate. And I think that having, you know, a neurodivergent person that can provide them a safe space to talk or vent or whatever it is that they need to do, or just maybe better understand themselves. Because I think while everybody is still different, right, and unique, there is still like that innate understanding of just knowing what it's like to be different, you know, than their neurotypical peers. And I don't know that you can really get that anywhere other than someone else who walks that same path.
Exactly. And your kids are so lucky to have you learning about this yourself and understanding it too. Like neurodivergent parents are the best parents for neurodivergent children. Like it's an optimal combo. You just have to watch out for that one variable, which is like, hey, I got through this from pushing through, so you can too, right? Or I use this technique, you need to use it, because every neurodivergent person will need their own techniques. But otherwise, like there's so much of that understanding and empathy that again, it's really hard for neurotypicals to generate. And again, because neurotypicals have been told that a lot of neurodivergent behaviors are like just bad character, right? So there's just so much shame that is unintentionally passed on. And also with neurodivergent parents, just their own shame and their own desire to hide things that they might do to their kids. Like if they spent their whole life trying to look normal as a parent, you know, as a kid themselves, they might try to force looking normal on their kids, right? So we've actually found the biggest thing that leads to change for the kids that are neurodivergent are the parents going to do therapy themselves and dealing with their own trauma and understanding their problems and not passing that on. And then it's just amazing. Like everyone heals, you know, and then it's just such a healing environment for everyone who's around them now.
It's sort of like baggage, right? Like we don't always recognize how carrying around this baggage, whether it's from our past, our own experiences, whatever, can have an impact. We're sort of handed off to our kids sometimes without even recognizing that we're doing that. So learning to put that down
keeps on giving, intergenerational trauma.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for all of this. And we're gonna, you know, we didn't get to all of the questions, but we'll You're going to get an email with all of that stuff, and you'll be able to answer that. So everybody will be able to get your thoughts on whatever it is that they wanted to know about. And thank you all so much for attending today. It's been an incredible day of learning and sharing, and we're grateful for your time and participation. Before we close, we have one last message from Jamie McCleary, Executive Director of Autism Canada.
This has been an amazing day. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us at this year's Awesome Conference. The stories and insights shared today are a powerful reminder of the importance of creating spaces for neurodivergent individuals to lead the conversation. As we close out the day, I'd like to take a moment to share some of the vital programs that Autism Canada offers year-round. One of our cornerstone initiatives is the Community Assistance Program, or CAP, which provides much-needed financial aid to individuals on the autism spectrum, their families, and caregivers. CAP helps cover the cost of assessments, therapies, and respite care, ensuring that families can access the support they need in spite of long wait lists and high service costs. We also have our dedicated family support team, always ready to provide personalized guidance and resources and help families navigate their unique challenges. Another one of our key initiatives is our literacy program, which is designed to foster inclusivity for individuals on the autism spectrum and those with sensory sensitivities. This program includes sensory-friendly event audits, accessibility and safe spaces consultations in line with the Barrier-Free Canada Act, and training programs like recognizing behaviors for emergency responders. We're committed to creating inclusive environments in schools, workplaces, and beyond, spaces where everyone feels valued and included. If today has moved or inspired you, I encourage you to support our continued efforts. Your donations help us fund these programs and more. Please consider making a donation at www.autismcanada.org/donate. Every contribution makes a difference and helps us continue our mission to advocate alongside and support individuals on the autism spectrum, their families, and caregivers living in Canada. Thank you again for being a part of this special day. Let's carry the lessons we've learned today forward, continuing to support, advocate, and celebrate the diversity of neurodivergent individuals.